Hello and welcome to Dice Breakers, a D&D podcast and stream with mostly accurate rules and inconsistent character voices. I'm Alex, your host and DM, and with me are great buddy Mark, late Simon, and Joe, my wonderful players. How is everybody doing today? I said it again, I'm not the DM. I'm not the DM.
You didn't say it again.
It's Joe that's the DM.
I like
because
I gave you the 3, 2, 1, and then the drums gave you like the actual point.
I'm going to tell you, like, I was halfway to just doing this in like the oh god, what's the wrestler with the big handlebar mustache? What's his name?
Hulk Hogan.
Hulk Hogan.
Hulk Hogan. Oh, and welcome to Dice Breakers.
The most hardcore D&D podcast and stream on this freaking platform.
Brother. Anyway, yeah, that's authors and editors, possibly the last one of these. But knowing how we like to play the game, we'll be going for an extra 4 weeks. So I'll hand it over to our.
I just say if you put our 5, well, at the moment 4 characters into a room and say, now, first thing you're gonna do is open that unlocked door, walk outside. 2 hours later, we'll still be inside the room. Yeah, but I'm going to use my left hand.
2 hours later,
right.
we will have determined which shop we'll be going to 3 hours of the session. Anyway, I'm going to hand us over to our wonderful DM for this mini campaign, the lovely Echoey Joe.
And also frozen, but you can still hear him.
If it makes you guys feel any better, I'm not frozen on my screen.
Oh, yeah, that does make me feel better, thank you.
Cool, so, last time on, or a quick, maybe not quick, breakdown, is the gang have discovered that their best friend, role model, fashion icon, and all-around best friend, good guy, Joe, me, has gone missing from the plane of existence that we call reality. No one jumped in to disagree with me there, so that's fact, that's canon in the universe now.
I was looking through my notes because I think I was on the wrong campaign. Because that's not the one we were playing.
Oh shit!
Yeah, means that Alex wasn't paying attention. Disadvantage forever, Alex.
I got to make Joe is my favourite out of everyone.
Wow! The one you've known the least amount of time.
Greg will remember this.
Wow! Alex will remember this.
It was discovered that
remember
I was missing, and in fact had been taken by a mysterious being called the Editor, who was going through different planes of existence and changing various things for nefarious ends. You were told this by a kind of opposite number called the Author, who was definitely not Will Ferrell from the MTV Matrix sketch. That definitely wasn't it. But he told you to meet up with an agent of his in the land you were being sent to, which was called Fantasia. There you found various powers that were now bestowed upon you, and your phones were now basically D&D Beyond character sheets for yourself, to make things easier from a roleplay standpoint. And you travelled through finding some strange changes have been made. Some of them were minor, being the fox and the hound, one of them slaughtered the other mercilessly in front of you. And some of them major, like Rapunzel now being a bloodthirsty vampire. Upon reaching the capital city...
I remember that one.
Yeah, that's how that went.
Snow White!
Yes, upon reaching the capital city, Purdy banged Snow White for some reason. And you also met up with the agent of the Author, who was James Pond, a amphibious friend.
James Pond?
James Pond. The greatest spy in the world, as he was referred to.
He seemed a little shaken as things stirred.
So he directed you to the abode of who turned out to be Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, who transported you to another plane of existence that they call Reality. There you found yourself in a kind of gothic London, which in itself was its own planet, and there were other various city and kind of countrywide planets in the sky. And you set out to find Phileas Fogg, who was the man who had travelled the cosmos in 80 days. And once having rescued him from Dr. Frankenstein, who was piloting his own fleshy biomech suit, and having given you the slip a little bit, you then were able to rescue Phileas Fogg. along the way, as we start, Mark, the last thing you remember is...
I've just been impressed. I've heard some of the. I shouldn't really have listened to it. I've listened to some of it, but not all of it. And the fleshy suit sounds very interesting. So I'm not aware of any of it, which is fine.
So the last thing that you kind of really properly remember is getting out the statue that you found of Woody, no, sorry, not Woody, of Bullseye the horse attached to a carriage and summoning it, and as part of kind of sitting down and riding it, you were then stuck to the carriage. You drove your friends to Dinsey, bypassing a couple of people on the way, and then everything went black for you, and so the little bits that you have listened to is basically what you heard muffled while you were in Alex's pocket as part of the shrunken down statue.
Yep.
Suddenly, though, there is kind of light and colour again as your curse ends, as the carriage and statue can now be reused, and you regain your normal size. Alex, your pocket that you're keeping the statue in rips.
These trousers.
And Mark falls on the floor next to you. But the Bullseye statue and cart remain in their miniature size, but no longer with a driver on it. But you surmise that now that your father's reappeared, it probably can be reused. It's just that someone would likely have, the curse put on them again.
I just want to make a note. I didn't want to interrupt you too much whilst you were doing your thing. We're in Reality. I was wondering, when we went into Phileas Fogg's mansion, would you have called that Reality in the house?
You could have done. Had you thought of it at the time? Okay. Oh, also, you met Sherlock Holmes and have lost him somewhere.
Oh yeah, we were.
Oh yeah,
so
I forgot that.
The up and coming hobbyist detective.
As I keep saying, it's come back to somebody else's problem.
Yeah.
No, it's not our problem. But as you fall out of my pocket, Father, I go, "Oh, you broke my trousers."
And I go, "Ah! Bleh!" I don't want that experience again. The last bit particularly. You do clean your pockets occasionally.
There's nothing too bad in my pocket. It's mostly just my phone.
You ought to be just get inside your pocket, stay there for a while, and find out what it's like.
You were keeping a tiny figurine and your father in the same pocket, and your phone in the same pocket?
No.
Your phone probably scratched to hell.
Yeah, like...
No, I mean, I have a protector. It is pretty damaged in the corners.
But I keep breaking it. Yeah.
Yeah, look at that little crack there.
Like,
that's all screen protector. That's not the actual screen. So it's
my phone always gets its own dedicated pocket.
I mean, yeah, normally, but I have the situation where my other pocket always has my insulin pump in it, so I only ever have one pocket.
Get
available.
more pockets then.
I mean, the insulin pump can probably take a little bit more of a beating than the phone.
If you get cargos, you've got two at the side.
But then, here's the thing: when the insulin pump takes a beating, my adorable sticker of a koala also takes a beating. Well, that massive scratch.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Just like 2-cent sticker versus like $800 phone.
I'll have you know that sticker came free with the other stickers I bought.
But put your phone in your back pocket.
Hell no.
No, then I'd sit on it.
Yeah. Who the hell is going to remember to take their phone out of their pocket?
Well, for one, I remember, which is surprising for me because I remember things. But two, as you sit down, your butt pushes it slightly out the pocket.
Absolutely.
Perfectly.
No, but you see, you've got women's jeans, and we have men's jeans. And men's jeans are much, much deeper, and nothing ain't getting pushed out. That's just going.
Not on the back pocket. The back pockets are the same.
Are they?
Yeah, the front pockets, I lose my whole fucking arm in it, but...
Constant anxiety if it's in the back pocket. Like, I'm going to forget, I'm going to sit, the screen's going to crack. I can't do it.
Anyway, where are we standing?
Yeah, where are we?
Where we got to?
We just got the door in the middle,
I would be saying,
I thought we went
back.
So currently, I'm pretty sure you guys are still in the little dungeony thing where Phileas was being held.
Yeah.
He is with his new kind of like severed arm that is in place of his leg.
Yeah,
is
yeah.
standing there looking
Yeah.
at you going, what?
I'm
the
sorry.
fuck? Mark, there are flesh golem bodies all around.
It's a slaughter. Yeah, it's not pretty in here.
There's
but
blood
yes.
everywhere.
I think
say
we
he
were
has
going to
a-
go back to Phineas's place to sleep and then fly towards a horrible hole in reality.
Did you say he had an arm where it should be a leg or something?
Yeah.
So you you can see that on like a little like surgeon's table trolley thing, Mark, that there is just a severed leg on there that you would imagine to be around the right size for the man standing kind of like now kind of tattered, but what would have been quite fine Victorian dress, like a suit.
Yeah.
But where his right leg should be, you can see that it is severed below the knee. No, sorry, it's severed above the knee. And what he's got instead of a knee is the elbow, and the rest of his leg is a giant muscular Goliath's arm that has been reattached to serve as a leg.
So just to clarify,
Yep.
Mr. Fogg, Phileas, I don't know what to call you.
Phileas is fine for now.
Phileas, you can get us to this point on this star map that we're supposed to be going to, yes?
The black spot? Yeah, I can take you there.
Cool.
I don't know. I mean, I prefer just to take you kind of near it.
No, we
if
gotta
you
go
have some
there.
way of getting us to it without us having to like be competent at anything, that would be best. Like if you could just like aim us at it in a cannon and just then that would work. Just like, you know, if you put us in charge of like flying a ship, we will end up in a different universe. It's already happened once.
I'm gonna take you. I'm not gonna like I'm grateful to you guys for saving my life, but I'm not just gonna like let you sail off in my ship. That would be.
Oh, I
terrible
was
idea.
thinking more like a little like equivalent of a dinghy sort of a thing, but you know, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Mark. To sum up what
I don't
happened
have one
here,
of those.
this guy, the one in the weird big bodysuit thing, it was Frankenstein.
Mm.
That should
I
sum it
see.
up. Yeah.
I think, yeah. So you've
Yeah.
been experimenting on building people and chopping
Yeah.
up. I understand.
And this guy here pissed him off because he did the challenge that he expected of him, and then he didn't like that, so he cut off his leg and was supposedly going to do more.
Okay.
We should leave.
Did you
Yeah.
want to take your severed leg with you? Is there any way anywhere in this world that someone could help you out and put that back on again?
Do you know? It couldn't hurt, I guess, to take it with me. See if there's something I can do it. Is there? I didn't see any ice.
I was going to say,
kind of-
if this laboratory is all about cutting off and attaching things, there must be some kind of storage.
Well,
unit.
there is a big room that's just like blasting ice.
Maybe
Oh, okay,
maybe some kind
let's
of-
put it in there then.
Yeah. The room opposite of it's blasting fire, though.
Let's
Put it in there.
not put it in there.
Yeah.
I think that'd end up with, unless you want a cooked ham sandwich or something. No, put it in the other one.
Okay, I have one problem, though. I don't remember which of these legs are yours. There's like 8 of them. Just...
Do you recognize one of them?
Yeah, I mean, if you could
I mean, there is one that looks more like his. It's been. I think you guys would have put it on that kind of trolley table.
We
You
gave
went
it
to go get it from.
we gave it to the flesh golem,
room.
didn't we? I don't know where he
Yes.
threw it when it didn't work.
He's put it on a little table, so yeah, you're able to pick it up and
Okay.
take it to the ice room.
put it in storage, and then maybe Mr. Fogg can sort himself out later.
So I have a feeling we should be subtle exiting, because I don't know. It just feels as though
You have a
No,
feeling this guy had friends?
well, Sherlock Holmes went missing, and then
So?
you know this guy's got the janky leg at the moment, and like I just feel like we should be a bit more subtle. That's all.
Okay, Alex, I just want to pose this question. We're in, what, like, Gothic Victorian London? If you were walking down the street, what would your reaction be to this?
I'd see it, and it would make attention of it. I'd be like, "Oh
I
my god,
wouldn't
look at
in
that
Gothic
thing!"
London.
I'd be like, okay, just fucking keep walking. That shit's weird. Let's go.
In Gothic London, this,
Fine,
this
let's just
shit is
march through the
probably
streets.
normal.
Let's just march through the streets.
Yeah.
No one cares about. Let's just go.
What were you thinking of doing to make us this?
I don't know, just making sure like back alleys. And I don't know if any of us have like the spell that I can't remember the name of that helps us to be quieter.
What have I got? Dimension door. No, not fire.
I have no useful spells.
Enhanced
We
ability.
need to rest anyway because I've run out of
Fireball,
spells.
Misty Step.
Yeah, I'm not very good either. Like, I
do have Pass Without a Trace.
Yeah.
Sure, I'll do that.
Okay.
How does this look?
We all get bunny slippers.
Yeah, little fiery bunny slippers.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, we'll say so you kind of get these kind of don't really feel the temperature of them, but they look kind of fairly snug. These kind of flames kind of licking around your
They're
shoes.
quite warm, but comfortably so.
Phileas has one bunny slipper and one bunny glove.
Yes.
One currently in hand. And he just looks like he's given up on trying to work out who the hell you are or what's going on. So,
Yeah, that's fair.
I think he did very well to last this long before giving up.
There you go. At the moment, I met everyone.
Okay, let's go. Where's your house? We've been there. Oh,
You've been there,
police, the police are like blocking your house right now.
Yeah, when we get there, you're gonna say, "Hi, this is my house. You know my face. Goodbye."
I can do that. If they're investigating if I've gone missing, if I turn up, that should be like,
Yeah.
oh, he's not missing
Case
anymore.
solved.
Yeah, it's a pretty good.
Yeah. And the
We
police
shouldn't bring
are
up the
really
whole-
good at their job.
Shouldn't bring up the whole who stole your thing because then they might investigate that Frankie's dead and like as much as it's deserved, I imagine that would like have ramifications. So
Yeah, that's true. Is there any way that people could trace this back to you?
we're not even from this world.
Yeah, we don't exist, essentially.
Yeah.
You're from okay. So judging by your accent, you're from America Incorporated. Lovely place. Been there a couple of times.
Close enough. Yeah.
Close enough, yeah.
Okay. Well, if
When we say
planning on
world, we mean like reality. Or
reality.
global.
T instead of G.
Oh,
Yeah.
that sounds weird.
Yeah, we came here by
That's
the way of
very-
reality, so it's like a whole chain of events. We can get into this while we're resting. 'Cause
Sure.
I-
I
I'm
assume
fucking
we're already
exhausted.
When we're sailing, and then it won't be my problem. After that, because we'll all die sailing into the black spot.
I will say
that's fine.
though, you are a star sailor. What is your thought about reality sailing?
No. The
Is-
ship is the Star Sailor.
Yeah, my ship is called the Star Sailor.
But you also are a
So
star
he is
sailor
Star
'cause you were
Sailor
sailing
sailor.
with stars.
He's the sailor of the Star Sailor.
I guess, yeah.
Captain of the Star Sailor for sure.
Oh yeah, Captain. Oh no.
Do you have a crew?
What do I think of what?
Hmm?
You asked me what do I think of something, and I didn't quite hear you.
No, I didn't ask. No.
You did.
You
Did I?
definitely did.
Did I?
Yeah.
You said, as
Yeah.
captain of, as a Star Sailor, what do you think of?
Oh, sailing realities instead of just the stars. It's like there's a lot more out there.
Oh. I never really thought about it. If I'm being honest, this is kind of new information to me that other realities exist.
I'm just saying, if we survive what we're going to try to do, I don't know if that's going to like take us back. Like theoretically, it should, but just in case.
I'm just going to assume that Joe knows how to get us back, and when and if he doesn't, I'm just going to complain.
I'm gonna be real. I'm kind of suspecting that
You always
Joe,
do that anyway.
in all of his power and might, killed the editor and now is the editor, and maybe the power went to his head.
So we're in a D&D campaign right now. That's why we're not doing C3, because this is a mini campaign.
I don't believe
Took you
you.
that long to work that out?
Well, I just thought this was like one of those adventures that just happens sometimes.
Yeah, because we just go on adventures like this. It just
We literally-
happens. doesn't
We
it?
started this by literally sitting down at Joe's table where we were going to play D&D.
But like, listen, I had a confirmed character for what was going to be Joe's mini campaign, which wasn't this. So
I mean,
Yeah.
same. Who would want to play yourself?
You played yourself.
That's right. I'm DJ Khaled now.
Shout out to all my pairs.
Okay. Let's get back to your place though.
Yeah,
I'm really tired
I
and all
assumed
my
you-
spells
I
are
assumed-
gone.
I assumed we were already walking.
Yeah.
I have plenty of spells left, but I'm also quite tired. It's been a pretty disgusting few days.
Like I said, I'm hurting quite a lot.
If I can,
I've got most of my health, honestly. I think I have more health than Alex has ever had in this game. So
I currently my max is 43.
yeah, I've got 56, and
But
I went
at some
down.
points I have. At some
I
points
got
I have
62, and I thought I was doing badly.
at some points I have 136. So
Being a T-Rex
Only
doesn't
returning
count.
to T-Rex, yeah.
still my health.
No, you're
So,
born right now.
with the Pass Without a Trace, you going through the kind of the dark, kind of lamp-lit streets, your shoes do provide a little bit extra light to kind of pass through, but no one really seems to pay you any mind, whether or not that's something that they're seeing that you're not seeing, or if the sight of people with flaming feet and one with an arm for a foot is just too strange. You don't know. But you make your way back to Phileas Fogg's manor. He has a few words with the policeman stand guard, who looks very confused and then just kind of wanders off. And he kind of says, I've got some spare rooms if you want them. If you want to stay the night, and then we can...
Aha!
There he
Oh,
is.
by the way, this is
Hey,
Simon.
Oh, hello. Very nice to meet you. I'm Phileas Fogg. I think we already met.
Oh, hi.
Hello.
You've been checked out for a bit, Simon. That's all.
Oh, I see.
We
Yeah,
walked
as,
from
as usual, you mean?
we walked from Frankenstein's lab. We're now at Phileas Fogg's house.
Oh, okay, cool.
So yeah, if you guys want to just rest and help yourself to food in the kitchen, then we'll go in the morning, I guess.
Love to.
I want.
Oh.
to.
Is this
How
a night
convenient.
rest?
How convenient that you have this Waitrose brie and bacon sandwich in your kitchen.
Mine's from Morrison's.
You have Waitrose and Reality? Why have both of them?
Hmm?
I have a bottle of water.
I have a grape.
There's like a fully stocked kitchen that you guys can make. No, okay, never mind. I'm gonna go lock myself in my room and try not to have nightmares for the rest of my life about having my leg off.
That's fair. Yeah.
I'll see you in the morning.
Yep.
He kind of just limps upstairs, still like lopsided because the one arm is much larger than his leg was.
Sweet dreams.
He's a
Maybe.
nice man.
He is. He is. He's gonna have some trouble buying shoes from now.
No, just buy gloves.
I think I'm on the edge of a psychotic break.
Dissociating strong enough to not think about it yet, but as soon as we
Yeah,
get
I think
back
that's
to
where I'm at,
reality, I think I'm
I'll
going to
be
need a Grippy Sock
pretending-
vacation.
I as soon as we get back, I'm just gonna be pretending this is like a combined.
Yeah, no.
LSD
It'll be
trip,
it'll be like
Oh yeah, we
We're
had
kind of-
LSD.
it'll be the Lovecraftian thing where you see something awful and then your mind just kind of re-explains it as something completely normal.
Exactly.
This was all just like a
Wait,
freak.
we have to go by
earthquake
the
or
rules of
something.
Lovecraft now. Ugh.
I don't know. Or someone. Neil
Actually,
Gaiman does
I
it as
had
well.
to deal
Neil
with
Gaiman's better.
I had to deal with the author to make my own reality, didn't I? I don't know what I would call it though, because reality G is already taken.
There's plenty more letters.
To make your own, I think it was that you maybe wanted to stay. As soon as you were like, "Oh, we're leaving, never coming back."
Well, it
There's
was
reality,
to
there's
have
reality.
one with superpowers that
Reality.
didn't suck.
The Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Yeah, but Sam, you're missing out that G would make more sense because Greg.
Yeah, but reality is already one, isn't it?
Yeah, that's
Yeah, we're
the
in
whole
it.
point. It's exactly the whole point of
yeah.
what Greg was saying. So you're saying there's those with the letters? It's just that's where the comment was.
I wonder if
You
reality
guys
is
want
a
to
thing.
Mark
Yeah, we
down
could do
having
reality.
a long rest if you want to.
Yes.
If you want to up the
I will have a long rest.
Please.
While that's happening, Simon, I believe last time that we did one of these, it was you that tried to dispel magic the invisibility on Frankenstein. Is that right? If you remember, we
That
think that we worked
sounds-
out it was you.
Possible.
So I had said at the time that I didn't think that it would kind of work like that, and I've been thinking about it ever since, and I think I ruled it wrong. So I'm going to give you a choice.
Oh.
You can either, because I feel bad, because I think I should have ruled it.
You
the other way.
should. What?
Because I was thinking of it as a targeted effect, and then the other day I was like, but what if it's a wave that comes out from you? And that made it make more sense to me. So I'm going to give you a choice. You can either, for this session, take 1 luck point, wherein you can basically re-roll 1 d20 roll of either any rolls that you make, or 1 attack roll against you once. Or you can take 1 legendary resistance.
What that do?
So that is, if you fail a save, you can just choose to succeed.
Oh, that
Take the
sounds
luck-
fun too.
Take
But
the luck
I think,
roll though, because you can affect the enemy.
yeah, I was going to go with the luck anyway. Having experienced luck with Minim, I know how fucking broken it is. So.
Cool. 1 luck point. And that's me saying sorry.
Which you will proceed to
I
forget
think
about.
You know I will.
done
You
it
know I
quickly,
will.
I think. Cool. So, anything else that you guys are doing over this long rest, other than Simon beginning to feel a bit luckier?
Lucky.
Just having like a general like stare into the nothingness as I try to perceive what the hell's actually happening. But other than that, not really.
Hey, Alex. How would you feel if next time you were a T-Rex, they cast Enlarge on you?
I don't know how that would work, but I want it because that just sounds hilarious.
Yeah, I'm gonna prepare that.
What if you casted
go-
enlarge specifically on his tiny T-Rex arms?
I don't think you can do that. That would be funny. That would turn me into a Gigantosaurus. Wait, hang on. So, what does Enlarge do? That makes it one size category.
One
bigger,
size
right?
category bigger, yeah. And
So
you
I
do
go
an
from
extra
huge
D4
to-
of damage.
So I go from huge to gigantic.
Yeah.
What comes after gigantic?
So gargantuan is anything 4 squares or larger.
Yeah.
So I'd go from. Sorry,
Wow.
I was previously.
Sorry, 4 squares wide and tall.
Wow.
So previously I was huge, which is 15 by 15. So I guess that would take me to 20 by 20.
Yes.
2020, you'll have 2020 vision.
So then I'll be doing 4d12 plus 7 plus 1d4 damage.
So you all ignored my 2020 vision joke.
No, I heard it.
Yep, I heard it.
Yeah, that's why I said ignored.
No, I appreciated it. It was just I was at the time trying to picture a quadruple size T-Rex.
I'll admit, it went over my head.
I ignore everybody, so
I'm
don't.
gonna call myself a
Don't worry.
T-Rex. Wait.
Alex, that's worse. That's worse.
What's the Pokemon thing when they do the extra evolution super duper big?
Mega
Mega
Evolution.
Evolution.
There
or
are several.
Gigantamax.
Gigantamax, Mega Evolution,
Gigantamax.
Z.
Gigantorex.
Gigantorex, yeah.
What's funny is the spell doubles your like height and weight and all of that, but
Wait,
you only
doubles?
take up an extra like 5
Yeah, I was gonna say.
So your camera
double.
keeps freezing for me. I don't know if
Double
anyone else is
freezes.
experiencing.
Yeah, we know.
I'm on my work computer because my setup is, I believe the word is janky, because I'm currently using my
I believe
work
that would be
laptop,
scuffed.
Discord in browser.
Well,
Yeah, it's a bit.
That's just weird that
place.
Considering it's in browser, I'm impressed.
But like, it's because it freezes. But if I then click to spotlight the webcam, it unfreezes.
That's
and then you
because I'm
have
a
to-
star, mate. The spotlight loves me.
I think that's just coincidence. It like doesn't freeze
Maybe.
for long. Anyway, I'm assuming nothing happens in the night.
Oh.
No. If you guys are just going to sleep, nothing
Nice.
interrupts you.
So I was just looking up what's a dinosaur bigger than the T-Rex, and a University of Tsukuba scientists discovered a new epic predator. I thought Alex should use this name instead. The epic predator is called the Urugbekosaurus uzbekistanis nenensis.
Yes.
U-Rex.
An
New Rex.
Yeah, so I
It's
thought
a
you could use
Rex.
New Rex.
I was going to say it would be more thematic for Alex to have been a giant sloth.
No joking.
Why is that thematic of me?
You know why?
I don't.
What does thematic mean?
thematic as in like it makes more sense for me.
Because he's lazy.
Oh.
I am not lazy, thank you very much.
You could absolutely.
I created
Yeah, you're lazy.
multiple
You haven't done
languages.
anything. You haven't done
The amount of
anything
lore
new
that is rivaling Tolkien. Call me lazy again.
Lazy.
C3.
I mean, you would argue, but you can't bother.
Well, I've got
Everyone
decent
loves
spells now.
Tolkien.
So, I am going to have a long rest, and that means I can create a scroll, actually, of one of my spells.
Over the long rest, me and Alex have an argument over whether he's lazy or not.
Can we instead talk about on my phone in reality? Somehow I managed to get one notification of something happening in the real world, and that's that Shooty Gatwa is going to be the Doctor, and that's just going to be our discussion.
Yeah.
No, I think you should refocus your discussion to how the idea of laziness is created by capitalism to make sure that you never stop wanting to work.
There's also that.
It's not necessarily bad.
I genuinely am not as
I
lazy
can tell you
these
about
days.
true crime murders. Like, I know a lot about Jack the Ripper.
See, I would love to have this conversation with you, Putty, but it more just concerns me
Well,
that
it's partly
you
just
would
having our own conversation.
get away with. We're talking
And I
about
just
Shooty
wasn't
Gatwa, and then in the
at all
corner,
like-
Put is just
I
like.
think,
and the
Anyone
murder
want
was
to
done
hear
like
about
this.
serial killers? You are that one creepy anime girl with like the teddy bear who's like, "Do you want to tell? I can tell you about serial killers," and you're like,
Did you know that Jack the Ripper? Anyway, yeah. Eventually, I'm
I've
sure.
done a virtual
sleep
tour of where he killed everybody.
Very nice. Ish.
I'm gonna put that on the list of things to silence a room.
Sorry, I put too much cookie in my mouth at once to.
There's no such thing.
In a timely fashion.
Yeah, go on. Tell us about the morning then.
So, you are awoken in the morning by a strange sound.
Oh, that's just.
Have you guys all decided to sleep in the upstairs kind of like guest bedrooms or downstairs in like the servants' quarter? Or are you split up amongst the house?
Guest bedrooms.
Yes.
Yeah.
Cool. So I think that there were like 2 or 3 of those. So you hear kind of along the landing, you hear like kind of a light kind of footfall and then a light footfall as this guy's like limping his way through his house to go downstairs to make some breakfast. And soon after there is the smell of warm and hot bread in the morning, which is what everyone likes to wake up to, I would assume. So he has already been out to make the preparations to get the Star Sailor ready. Tells me. So he's just waiting on your say-so to take you out to the docks. Head off.
I say sooner rather than later before we start to think about the decisions that we're making and then regret them.
Oh, I never think about my decisions.
Oh, I know that. I'm not concerned about you.
What I will say out of game is, has everyone done their spell changes that they wanted to?
Yep.
I think that was the problem we ran into last time.
"Do I get to do
Yeah,
that? I
that's
can't
what I
remember.
was
Is that
doing.
just upgrade?
Yeah,
Is that,
That is
You're a druid,
cleric
aren't
and
you?
druid thing.
I'm not a druid.
For some reason.
I'm a druid.
Oh no.
I'm a sorcerer.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorcerers can.
Yeah, no sorcerers can't.
Purdy, did
That's
you
just-
change your spells?
Yes.
Cool.
Jesus, I've said like 10 times I've changed them.
Yeah, but I wasn't paying attention because I was changing my spells.
Wait,
Okay,
I have a
so
really cool
Are
one.
you heading
I
off?
have one for this.
Well, I wasn't paying attention. Now was I?
So are you
No.
heading out?
Yes.
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 I'm going to just let you know I'm going to create a scroll of enhance ability. Because
Okay.
I can.
Cool.
Because I can.
Okay.
So I have it effectively works as a 3rd level scroll of enhance ability, which I can cast without just
Where did you get like this
You basically get
110
an upgraded spell
weight
slot
paper?
extra a day.
I got some in my backpack.
What?
You
Why?
have a backpack?
I have a backpack.
You've all got backpacks. It's carrying
I
all
have
your
a
camping gear.
What the hell?
I have got.
Raises the question why we keep
I'm-
your card
I'm-
in your pocket rather than in your backpack. but
That's-
I'm not-
I think you said pocket, but I'm pretty sure it was in one of the backpacks. I just didn't
Yeah.
want to.
I actually genuinely
But-
have a sheet of parchment in my backpack, so that's what I've used.
There you go.
My backpack's got spikes all over it.
I
You know,
didn't
I'm
realize I had a
not surprised.
backpack, so that's why it was so uncomfortable to sleep.
Guys, I got this. I studied up on this really cool spell last night called Guardian of Nature. I can either turn into a primal beast or a great tree.
Dude,
Cool.
you primal beast, me T-Rex, but then make me extra big T-Rex. I'm sure we can get some kind of combo going.
It's just a normal tree that is very picturesque and looks good in postcards and that.
It's a really
Well,
great tree.
From what I read, it's kind of more like I turn into like a what are those things called? Like a dryad type of thing.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whomping Willow!
Not I don't like get big. I just I don't know.
Get woody.
Pretty cool.
Wimpy
No, I just want to
Willow.
confirm because it's a very important definition. If you turn into a tree, can you turn back?
Yes. Yeah. Of course.
No,
Okay.
no, it's just gonna turn. They're
don't-
just gonna turn into a tree.
Hey, listen,
It'll
I've
last
read
for a minute.
Xanth.
It lasts for a minute,
You know, I think we ought to get going now.
and it's a
That's
bonus.
what I was like.
Again, I
Yeah, we
assumed
should
were-
go.
I assumed we were walking and talking, as usual.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Oh yeah, you can have been. Yeah. So going out in the morning, the air feels like a little bit kind of fresher. You can see that there is kind of dew on the ground, but the light here is still kind of that very kind of flat, ever-present light. So it doesn't actually seem much brighter or dimmer than before. You can see at various points over the city as you walk, and the buildings start to get a little bit sparser and lower. Kind of some of the beholders in the distance that go around kind of act as street cleaners and lamp lighters floating over the city. So as you are led kind of unerringly, like this is definitely a route that Felix has taken many, many times, you can hear kind of almost like it sounds like kind of seagull kind of cry mixed with kind of a low rumbling. And as you kind of clear some buildings and come out of an alleyway, you can see that you are kind of at this docks. Now, normally what you'd see when you go to the docks is obviously you've got the water, you've got the ships, kind of piers going out to them, gangways, people loading, unloading. What you see here is there is no water, there is just empty space. It's like being at the top of a cliff. And at various points, much further kind of spread out, you can see there are clearly a lot of empty berths. You can see that there are ships moored here, but they are kind of moored into almost like inflatable like U-shapes to kind of cushion them. And they're just floating over. And you can hear that roar, and you can see that there is a little bit of fine mist kind of over the edge. And that roar you're hearing is whatever version of the Thames here just goes off into a massive waterfall into nothing, into empty space.
Nice.
Okay.
There are various kind of people around. You can see someone is kind of looking over some boxes that are being unloaded from a ship. You can see that there is further down there appear to be some kind of almost like simian looking people kind of clambering all over their ship. And there are maybe like 4 or 5 ships here of various designs. You can see one that is very kind of steampunky, but in that kind of almost diesel punk thing. It's spitting out kind of black smoke from some steamers on the top. It's very metallic, and there's lots of kind of moving parts that you can see. And that one appears to be quite busy, some kind of shipping freighter from the looks of it. You can see another one which is much, much smaller, and appears to be maybe for like a 3-person crew, and looks to be very kind of light, and almost seem to utilize like a swirling cloud around it as its kind of method of transportation. You do see off to the left, at kind of the furthest away occupied berth, a ship that is very much kind of like your classical old galley ship, like you'd expect to see in a history book, with masts, and you can even see that there is a lowered chain with a very slowly pulsating blue anchor. Which helps to kind of, apparently is what's kind of locking the ship in place. And the sails here, rather than being cloth, you can see that they are in fact just the kind of the main shape of the mast, and kind of beam going across rather than the bottom of a sail, and it appears to be kind of these kind of billowing fields of energy that just seem to kind of catch a very light solar wind. That seems to be how it kind of is propelled, rather than having a kind of a cloth. And you see that where there would ordinarily be the ship's wheel is actually just a control panel with various levers, buttons, dials, and it is kind of covered a little bit more than you might see on a regular kind of galleon. So Phileas leads you towards there. As you get closer, you can see kind of gold lettering along the side of the hull. It says the Star Sailor. No one really seems to be paying you much mind as you go in. It's relatively early, you gather. And he kind of takes out a little quite thick. Think you know those old like phones in cars when mobile phones were first being invented. That very kind of thick, blocky device. Kind of takes one of those out from a pocket inside his jacket, presses a big button, and a wooden like ladder on a rope kind of descends down towards you. Which he then gets to climb fairly easily because his hand is helping him like grip on.
Maybe it's a good thing.
So he goes up and calls after you. Yeah, come on board, and we'll set sail.
Wonderful.
Up we go.
I feel like we need pirate music.
He just comes out with
Not the
like,
one
a
I was
big
thinking, but that
boombox,
works.
That's good. That sounds good to me.
No, you're all.
Yar har fiddle dee dee.
Okay, so he presses a button on his control panel, and you can hear kind of the clanking sound of the chain being drawn up. The anchor at the end of it no longer pulsating, just kind of this dull black kind of almost obsidian look to it as it kind of retracts up into the ship. And then something happens where the mast, which does appear to be made of wood, kind of swivels rather than kind of, I don't know how much sailing experience any of you guys have, but on smaller boats you can kind of manually turn the sail on like a little dinghy. And it appears to be something similar where rather than kind of bringing in or out this energy field, it seems to be that you kind of turn the mast to get the best kind of catch of this kind of solar wind, and so the ship does just start reversing almost like a car out of this kind of berth, and then kind of the ship turns, manipulating the wind. There's a couple of these different sails, so it does just kind of start to spin in place. The sails turn, and then you start going off, rapidly picking up speed. At first, there is a little bit of kind of like air resistance as you start to pick up speed, and then it fades. But there's no kind of visible energy field or something. Just you start feeling it as you go. But presumably, something is being generated to stop you just flying off the edge of the ship.
That'd be good.
So as you leave, you can see at the speed that you're going, the kind of London starts to retreat behind you, and you can see that this is in fact, it's been called the World City of London. It is in fact its own kind of orb in the sky. You can see that further round from the globe of where there's just this empty space, it is in fact just a massive chasm that the Thames is going into, and further along, lights and kind of roads and other areas of the city are lit up as you kind of get further and further away from it. None of the other orbs seem to get particularly bigger. But you also don't seem to be heading towards them necessarily. The path that you've gone has started to climb upwards, and so all of these planets seem to be roughly, there's varying kind of levels of this, but they all seem to be kind of rotating in this bizarre little solar system with no central sun. And where you're heading is above them. So Phileas kind of is fiddling with the controls, sets something up, presses a button, and there's like a clunking locking sound, and then he kind of comes out and says, "So, I haven't really asked you why you want to go to the black spot yet."
We have no idea.
A god told us. I don't know what god, but they told us that's the way we have to go.
Or the equivalent of a god.
What's the black spot?
It's the thing that we're going to.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Yep.
So the black spot.
Mark, we
is
did just say that we don't know why we're going to the black spot. So
I don't know what the black spot is.
yeah,
Neither do we.
We don't.
we.
A god told
Okay.
us to go to the.
It's a blank spot,
Side of
to be
a-
more specific. It's
Which
blank.
god?
I don't know. Like, I don't follow any god, so normally the spell would contact your god, but I don't have a god, so it just contacted a god.
Okay. Fine. Good. Don't you have a plan?
He's just looking incredibly confused and like it's unclear if he believes you.
Dude, we're flying by the seat of our pants. Like, we have no idea what's happening. We're doing the best we can.
Hey, we come from a world where you can't even do this, so.
Yeah.
I spent the last few days in a pocket.
Yeah.
I don't pay attention to anything.
That's
My
true.
cat's on fire.
That is also true.
Oh.
I can turn into a T-Rex.
I'm present.
Please don't.
Yeah.
I could enlarge him as a T-Rex and probably break the ship in half. But I won't. I'm not going to.
It's
I'm
not a
just saying I could.
dragon.
It's not a
My
threat.
insurance just won't cover that.
Wow, there's still, of course, there's insurance.
Is there a space kraken?
Don't listen, Alex. Don't ask questions you don't want the answers to.
I haven't seen a space kraken. Supposedly there are giant monsters somewhere in space, but I haven't seen one. The reason why I asked if I foolishly asked you, I see now why you wanted to go to the black spot, is because there's kind of nothing, literally nothing there, but ships have various instruments that read where the solar winds are and different bits of gravity and all the rest of it, but there just seems to be an absence of anything there. It's not particularly large, like
There's nothing you
the
can
ship
measure.
could maybe fit through it, but that's about it. And it just, if you, it's kind of like, it also seems to absorb light. Like if you're on the other side of it and there was another ship, you wouldn't be able to see each other.
Dog.
It cancels out
So
the light and the planets and sound, right?
Yeah. Let's go directly into it.
You, I mean, sure.
Let's go and have a look at it first.
What's there to
Okay.
look at? If it's an absence of light, there's nothing to look at.
Yeah.
Yeah,
see
but
the-
we're also in space, so
If you go
it's
by.
hard to see that unless it is blocking something, because everything has an absence of light here.
Like, we could wait, but I don't even know what we do. Just look at it and go, yep, that's a thing. Like,
I was thinking about just to see if something nearby, anything in space near it.
Well, no, my question to this guy that I don't know who I contacted was, where do we have to go to rescue our friend Joe? And then
And did he say-
it said, left of the North Star, where the blank cancels out the light and the planets and sounds, the Star Sailor can show you the way. So,
Are we 100% sure that this wasn't the god of like trolling?
it might be, but like,
Could've
what else are
been.
we gonna do? Like, give us another option and we could explore it.
All I'm saying
If
is,
this like black hole, blank
This
space
is-
thing, like we turn up there and Rick Astley is there.
I was going to say,
Like, give me some
does-
credit. If you
does
go
it
to a
say
blank
your-
space, Taylor
does it say-
Swift will be there.
Yeah.
That's a fair point. That is a
Did
fair
he say
point.
go?
I don't know that.
Cool.
I don't understand that joke, but I'm going to say, haha.
It's a song.
It's a Taylor Swift song.
I
called Black Space.
assumed, but I
She's got a blank space, baby, and she'll write your name. I think that's how it goes.
She's got a
I don't
long
know
list of
how that is.
Starbucks lovers.
Yeah. I got a long list of ex-lovers, but it's amazing how much it sounds like. Got a list of Starbucks lovers. Just like the Concrete Jungle Wet Dreams Tomato.
Wet Dream Tomato.
Concrete
Dream?
Jungle Wet Dreams
Dream
Tomato.
So we are flying towards a blank
I'm gonna
spot in
teach you guys
space,
lyrics.
singing Taylor Swift.
Yes, let's
Okay.
do it.
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
Wow,
Got it.
never to Taylor
Just
Swift.
to fully frame what's happening right now.
And Lady Gaga's
Is
name.
there any other way to go?
Lady Gaga's name is Les Dennis.
Nice.
I'm going to be not singing, but
So,
but
My
watch.
name isn't Alice, but it sounds like my name, Les Dennis. It's very good.
I'm playing the lute, of course, to accompany us doing some blank space.
As one does.
Sure. So just you keep repeatedly singing the same song over and over until even Phileas gets it, and he's like, "Man, this is like a really good song."
I'm losing my fucking mind on it because, yeah.
So it's hard to tell because of an absence of kind of like landmarks essentially, and because you guys don't know the kind of the constellations here or kind of have any way to navigate yourselves. A few hours pass
Or
with
anywhere,
no
or
real
better.
indication of what speed you're going at, how much progress you're making. Phileas kind of breaks out like a little like packed lunch that he's made of just some kind of basic bread and cheese with like a little dipping sauce.
Every time you say Phineas, I keep thinking you're saying Felix.
No,
And I'm like,
no,
don't you
Phileas.
tell me what Felix does.
I just have like the wrong words to that song now go around in my head. Thanks, guys.
Go among the Starbucks lovers.
So after
as we
a
approach
couple of
this
hours
hole-
after that, what you would assume to be probably mid-afternoon London time, the ship noticeably you get that kind of almost like negative G-force of that kind of feeling of when you're going in something really fast that begins to slow down and kind of like have to lean forward almost. That noticeably starts happening as you evidently decelerate. Although again, there's nothing around you for you to actually like use as a reference. It's only that feeling that kind of lets you know. And after a few seconds, Phileas shouts out, "We're here!
What?
It's there. It's like it's in front of us." And then
Okay.
you see nothing but blackness, and basically everything else here is except for some kind of.
Do you
Very
have something we can like
distant stars.
throw at it?
I can
I'm gonna
do
produce
detect-
flame and throw it into the.
Okay, what's the range on that?
30 feet? 30 feet, yeah.
Cool. So it kind of. So are you going up to like the very like prow of the ship?
Yeah, probably
can-
ship
I can-
and just lobbing it as hard as I can.
if that doesn't reach, I've got something which will fireball to 120 feet.
Yeah. So the flame does seem to kind of putter out at the 30 feet mark, and then Mark, you're
I
doing
get
the
a
same thing, firebolting. It gets about 100 feet, and then it vanishes, and there is this a slight imperceptible. Oh, not imperceptible because you do perceive something, but there is only the very slightest of. Yeah, it's almost like a ripple, but black on black. So if you've ever been out like by a lake or something at night and just seen the water ripple very slightly, it's exactly like that, but of something that is quite large relative to your size, maybe 60 foot high, 60 foot wide. But as it does ripple, you hear something, and until that moment, the sound, you've been able to kind of speak to each other, but there'd been no like echo or reverb or anything like that. But as this ripple kind of goes across, you do hear something, and it sounds
Let me guess.
almost like
We hear somebody go, "Ow!"
No, it sounds like never gonna keep you up. Never gonna...
no, it sounds almost like something traveling past at very high speeds, like that kind of very rapid, like whooshing sound of like a plane or something traveling at high speed, just for a second, and then another sound afterwards that gets cut off. There's like a, and then it goes dead as this ripple stops.
Bless you.
Phileas is like, I don't know what the fuck that was. That's you.
I think we need to go into it.
Yep, just okay, listen.
Yep.
I will fully understand, Phileas, if you don't want to go into it. But we're going to go into it, and if you have an alternative way than using this ship, so be it, but I don't think there is one.
Does he have other options? We're like
I mean, I don't
in space.
have like a dinghy or anything.
You don't
tell you
have a
what,
thick hoverboard.
It's in the garage. I left it at home. I didn't think it would be useful. I tell you what, I'll take you, but I want credit on the discovery. Is that alright?
You can have all of it, yeah.
So I want.
We don't even exist in this reality. Like,
Yeah,
You
we're the
can
only
have the whole
person here.
discovery.
I mean, we
Yeah,
currently
totally.
exist. This isn't like figments of your imagination. I just want to
No,
know
it's,
that.
but like we don't exist
We
in the
are.
way that like there's no record of us having existed here.
Exactly.
But we're all figments of Greg's imagination, so we can
Yeah,
be
yeah.
figments of your imagination too.
Yeah, you're just losing it, man.
I don't disagree. Okay, I would find something to brace on because this we might just crash and die in space.
Oh, that'd be fun.
So if this
Sure.
doesn't work,
Cool, I'm down.
What a way to go.
okay, everyone hold on, and the ship again in that kind of acceleration that you feel before it starts to kind of really get speed. So whatever it's kind of protecting you from G-forces, it hasn't yet been generated. So you kind of see the ship kind of you feel that kind of lurch forwards, and then after it gets to about 100 feet, you see the prow of the ship just disappear into blackness. Like almost like a black pool is coming towards you rather than you moving into it. It disappears. So I'm going to assume that Greg and Mark, having said that they were at the prow of the ship to grow the thing, they disappear first.
As I'm going through, I look back and stick my thumb out like this, so the last thing they see is my thumb going through.
I'm disappointed. I thought you'd do a similar reference, but it's just two middle fingers.
I
No.
thought you were going to do the Titanic. I'm fine with that.
So as this kind of comes closer, it envelopes the whole ship, and there is that moment again of that kind of drop in your stomach that you've experienced when passing between different realities. And there is a kind of a moment where your eyes seem to flash again with white, and almost again like it seems like you hear the sound of kind of the turning of the pages in a book before you blink, and again you are seeing essentially what you saw before. You are somewhere in space, except there are some very large differences. You can see off to the right hand side, kind of if ahead of you is north, kind of 45-degree angle at kind of the northeast, there is an enormous sun where there was previously nothing. Around it you can see there could be moons, there could be planets, unclear. But immediately around you, you hear that kind of whooshing sound again, and that kind of interrupted sound as you see several ships. They appear to be kind of like almost like balls with these kind of like not quite square but slightly angled plates like on the side. But zooming around everywhere, and they're firing some kind of laser at other ships of various description. There are some which look
all
almost
in the
like a
centre,
speedboat.
and a bit like that, and two sort of flat things
Exactly
at the side.
like that, Mark.
Yeah,
Jesus
and then
fucking
other ones
Christ.
Sort of X-shaped ones that sort of.
That is almost the exact noise. And they are firing lasers at these other ships. You can see that there are much less of them. So, some of them almost look to be like
That's not a
speedboat
planet.
design with kind of little kind of plane wings coming out the side. As you see one of them immediately is blown up by these kind of like ball H ships, which look a bit like TIE fighters, you know.
Yeah, just a little bit, yeah.
Just as a reference. Yeah, just as a
Four
reference.
stars, my favourite.
You can see another one which is kind of almost in the shape of like a crucifix, but rounded edges, and it's doing like spins as one engine has clearly been hit and is finished off. And within like a couple of minutes of kind of seeing this, and Phileas being like, I don't know what to do, you can see the TIE fighters have finished off every of the other ships that are here, and they have clearly noticed you and are kind of moving towards you.
Wait, does this put us back in reality because this is technically owned by Disney? Didn't it?
No. No,
I don't know what's happening.
Hello.
well, These are the bad guys. We're either about to die or be taken to a bigger bad guy who will probably then torture us for information that we do not have.
If we let him.
They might not be the bad guys.
I think
in this
we've
universe.
just been through so much, and I'm so close to that psychotic break with disassociation. I should be really like worried and scared right now, but I'm kind of just not.
My reflex is Scorching Ray, and then while I'm making the Scorching Ray to go,
So are you firing Scorching Ray at him?
no, I'm just saying that's what I feel like I should do, but
Okay.
I want to see what happens first.
How far away are they?
So
Yeah, how far?
they have been rapidly approaching, and they are now in kind of a almost triangle formation around the ship, kind of with you in the center. They're like one above, two below, and there is another one that has pulled kind of alongside you. So if you know the design of TIE fighters, you can see the kind of the pilot in its little golf ball cockpit, and you can see that there is a guy in there being like, he's waving something around, being like,
I'm going to point at him,
We don't
Google's
have one.
firefighter.
and I'm going to use message
Oh,
to whisper at him until he can hear me and say, "Hi, we've just arrived. Will you
You
ask us a
think
question?"
tell him we don't have a communicator.
he's like,
Ask him where the tourist office is.
hi, this is the captain speaking. Not really sure what you're doing here. And then that message is only like a little bit of communication.
It says. It doesn't say how long it is actually. Whisper a message. For 1 round, 6 seconds, I suppose.
You can just.
And
keep
That's
going.
all you get back before it kind of cuts off.
I'll point again and say, sorry, did you want us to. Are you okay if we just sort of.
Well,
fly
that's
around, or-
that's what you say, but that was longer than 6 seconds. So what he actually gets is, sorry, can you add? Oh,
6 seconds is. Where's my watch? So I'll go. I want to wait to get to the right place. I'll go. We don't want to cause any trouble. Is there something we should be doing? And then I'll wait.
Yeah.
Now
So
cast again. I'm going to cast again so you can hear his answer.
okay. Yeah. So I think we're just gonna guide you to. That was probably around 6 seconds.
That's fine.
But the triangle starts to kind of move off.
Follow him, follow
and
him.
That kind of one above, two below.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to be particularly aggressive. He just wants us to follow him.
But like they're in TIE fighters though. Like we're not
well,
not
maybe
just
they
gonna, like-
stole them.
Yeah, but we're not in anything we could fight a TIE fighter, so unless you have a.
Well,
idea.
Yeah, I'm just saying like be prepared.
T-Rexes fight in space.
Oh, yeah.
Like
I've got all
don't
my spells
trust
on standby.
this. And if we see Darth Vader, it's probably not going to be a good situation. Because this kind of seems like the big battle from the 6th or 5th movie.
Could be, or it could be a
I
different
totally
universe.
understand what you're saying about.
Bearing in mind that Rapunzel
Oh, this-
turned out to be a vampire, you know.
True. But...
Huge baddie.
Purdy, this is Star Wars. We're in the Star Wars universe now.
Wait, I know fuck all about this universe.
Yeah,
You're gonna
it
learn.
just-
I was thinking this recently. I know like bits of Star Wars lore, but I don't think I've ever seen even the original trilogy like fully.
I
That's
saw the
okay.
original
It's
one.
just,
when
not
it came
something,
out.
it's just not something I've ever like felt interested in.
1977. I was there at the pictures. It was great.
I've probably seen bits of all of them, but I just don't have any knowledge
It was
and or
fantastic. It
interest.
was, when that first scene with the chip comes, I still remember it now.
You're about to encounter it very close up, and I don't think
Yeah.
you're gonna have an option to just
I'd
not.
be really impressed.
Right.
Anyways, I'm assuming that we're following the TIE fighters.
So we are following, and as we're following, I'm going to be just humming the under my breath.
Why would you do that? Why would you do that?
Well, they won't
So
know what
the
it
ships-
is.
You're
Huge.
manifesting
TIE
this.
fighters
It's a
seem
good
to
tune.
be sending you towards one of the kind of planets, whatever, in the sky. It's kind of like grey, looks almost kind of like our moon. And Phileas is looking at it and going, Is that a moon?
No, that's not a moon.
No. That's
no moon.
that's a man-made planet.
That's a Death Star, isn't it?
Purdy, I thought
That's an Olive Garden.
That's like the one thing you know, Purdy? The
Yeah.
Death Star? Yeah.
Only
I mean, everyone knows
because
that,
my
right?
light in the living room looked like one.
So as you get
Phineas,
closer,
that's a planet killer? What that is?
as you get closer, Phineas is like, no, I'm pretty
Mom,
sure
this
that's
isn't
I thought it
obvious.
was like a space station, but and as you get closer, you can see that it is in fact just a moon with like a bunch of shit on it.
Oh. Janky
That's
Star Wars?
kind of a shame.
Okay.
And the TIE fighters kind of guide you down into this kind of hangout. You can see that there is a lot of construction on this moon. You know,
Maybe it's like store.
citywide or bigger in terms of scale. And they kind of fly you down into this hangar. They're a lot more maneuverable than Phineas is used to, so it kind of takes him a second, kind of breaks formation until he kind of like gets the hang of where they're going. And as you kind of get into this hangar, you can see that there are a bunch of other TIE fighters in here. There's also a few other kind of vehicles, some of design that you've never seen before, some that look a bit familiar, but at this distance, you know, it's hard to tell. It looks like one of them is a car, weirdly. You can see that there is just a phone booth, not even like a TARDIS phone booth. I mean, like a London like phone booth.
Okay.
It's very, very strange amalgamation of things that are here. And
Like
so,
props. Like props from a film. Or film.
yeah, it's almost like being on the back lot of like a film studio where there's just a bunch of different stuff here. So as you kind of land and the kind of, you stay kind of floating in the air, the kind of obsidian anchor comes out and starts to kind of pulse. Phileas lowers the ladder, starts to climb down. Do you go with him? Because you can see that there are a bunch of people walking out towards you.
Are they in clone trooper armor?
You do see that there are some who look to be in kind of white kind of shielding and armor that
Okay.
looks kind of plasticky with helmets, but they're not all in stormtrooper armor, no.
Okay. I guess so. I mean, are any of us carrying
A
weapons? Well,
stormtrooper's the
spellcasters.
right one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the classic armor, yeah.
Yeah. We don't have any
yes.
weapons that we're carrying, right? If we are, we should hide them.
I mean, I have my sword, my rapier.
I don't know what
daggers.
I've got. Oh, I've
But, like,
got daggers.
Mostly, I just use my
And a shield, apparently.
my loot. So
Cool. I'm gonna put Kumba on my shoulders and go down the ladder. Then hold Kumba like a
Okay.
baby as I'm walking around to look like not a threat.
I'm gonna, also just climb down, but not hold anything like a baby because I don't have. I
Hold
don't
your
have
loot like a
anything
baby.
out I hold my loot like a
I'm
baby.
gonna hold myself like a baby, because I'm scared of shit.
Okay, so the group have approached you. You can see that, as I said, there are some in kind of this stormtrooper armor with what appear to be kind of like, they look a bit like what you would expect heavy crossbows to look like, but in their kind of like laser rifle form. And some of them are just in kind of like a loose military dress, not like particularly well taken care of, a bit
I like your dress.
looking a bit scruffy. And there's some who are just in kind of like work clothes, who have kind of branched off to go and assist the TIE fighters that have come back. And so there is a man there who's kind of fairly tall, quite gaunt, thinning grey hair, who the Star Wars fans amongst you would probably recognise as Grand Moff
Grand
Tarkin,
Moff Tarkin.
who is kind of like a general, Eddie and Simon, and he he kind of commands the Death Star in the movies until he dies.
Oh, nice.
And so he welcomes, he kind of comes up and welcomes you. He says, howdy folks, welcome to Kevin's 4. It's awful kind of you to stop by. What can we do for you passing strangers?
Is this going to be like Grand Toff Merkin or something?
Wait, where did you say we are? Say again?
You're on Gavin's 4.
Gavin's.
Gavin's 4. There was a planet called Gavin.
Sorry, we're
that a-
trying to remember where we are. We're not from this reality, or what would we call
Real what?
What would you say? What did you think I said, or what, or would say appropriately there?
Where in existence are we?
I think, stranger, you're trying to say reality S?
Sure. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Thank
You've
you.
got a funny accent.
We have
Yeah.
very strange accents. We've come a very long
I don't know
way
what you're talking about. What?
to inspect your ship to check that everything's working correctly.
Oh. Well, look, we got lots of ships. Make a deception check. We got lots of ships.
38. No, 28. 28.
28. Yeah. So he's like fully on board, as it were. Ships. Hey.
Well, it's more just like, formations and just checking everything's working fine and just, just all that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah, no, that's fine. I mean, well, you have a look around. My name's Tarkin. I kind of run this here show. I'm one of the bigwigs. And are you here to enlist? You here to help in the war?
We are not necessarily fighters, but we, are checking things are working. So,
Think of us as a neutral
More
force.
Yeah. And might I say, you're doing a very good job of controlling this fleet.
Yeah.
Well, thank you kindly, sir. I mean, it's a shame you're not here to help us fight the Republic, but that's fine. We're not going to force anyone to fight who doesn't want to. That'd be cruel. So I guess just do your inspection, and then if you wanna speak to me, just I've got some stuff to do, so I'll be around.
I'm gonna turn around and sort of do a half whistle to everyone else.
Yeah,
like, so
I
this
know.
is a switch.
Yeah. 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 It's
So
I think the editor's doing like the Jedi are the bad guys joke on us.
yeah, which to be fair, they're not necessarily. The good
Yeah, they
guys.
do
If you
kind
look
of
at
suck, but this is just like more
Yeah.
blatant.
Yeah,
I don't
like,
know
the whole,
fucking clue what you guys are fucking
the whole
on
like you're
about.
not allowed to have any like relationships or love or anything just seems like a little bit extra. Not
Yeah, like
I mean, I don't blame them.
Mr. Tarkin, so who leads the this? Would you say the rebels rebellion?
Oh yeah, I'd say we're kind of a rebellion. Yeah. Down with the Republic.
Could you tell me just
who
part
leads
of
the
the
Republic?
The leader, our leader's name is Anne.
And
Anakin.
Anne Ekin, something like that.
No, I mean it's short for Andrew. I mean there's no Anna Kim. Just a strange name.
As part
Was
of
there an
the
actor in
inspection,
Star Wars?
just as part of the inspection, just need to take note. What do you think you're fighting for?
What do we think we're fighting for? We're fighting for
Not a we. You in particular.
me. What's my personal motivation?
Yeah.
Yeah,
why
yeah.
are you fighting?
Well, you see, Andrew, I call him Anne. He saved my life. My planet was being annexed by the he kind of stutters a little bit. It's like, by the Republic domain, and they were annexing. They were expanding their empire, and he saved my life.
Who's the leader of the other side then? The
Other side. So there is this awful fellow. He betrayed Andrew. He's his son. His name is Lucas. And he and then there's rumors, right? I shouldn't be telling you folks this, as you're not strictly on our side, you said, but I think y'all seem so nice. And if you're here on an inspection, then you gotta be an authority. So there's this guy who made Lucas betray his daddy, and his name is Obi, and he speaks kind of like some of y'all with your accent.
Is he known for going hello there?
I mean that just seems like a regular greeting that anyone might say.
Fair enough.
Shade.
Do you identify people by how they greet you?
We are searching for somebody who may or may not be in this area. Someone called Joe. Who would probably be a bit stranger, might not know his way around very much.
Oh, I know Joe, but he's been here ages. In fact, say hi, Joe, and one of the guys in the Stormtrooper just takes off his helmet. You've never seen it before. He's like, hi.
Hi. Different Joe. Looking for a different Joe.
He's looking for a Joe who's shorter, a little short for a Stormtrooper.
Does he doesn't look anything. Just to clarify, he doesn't look like you.
I was making a joke. It's a Star Wars joke. A little short for Stormtrooper.
He's a little short for Stormtrooper.
Joe, I just want to clarify. This Joe doesn't look anything like you. It's not that they've cloned Joe.
No. It's literally like none of you have ever seen this guy before. He's like,
okay, that's fine.
6'2", blonde, kind of like shoulder length hair. Like you just know.
Joe,
No,
it's so nice to see you.
Oh, yeah.
Hi. We found you.
Let's go. Cool.
We're done. Let's go home.
Mr. Tarkin, have you heard of anyone called the Editor?
The editor. I can't say that I personally know who that is. Are y'all in publishing?
Yeah.
Well,
In a manner of speaking.
No, it's more like a code name kind of thing.
Oh, so y'all are spies. Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I get it. These inspectors are here for a very important inspection. Everyone around is clearly doesn't give a fuck. He's like, are you friends with, the greatest spy of them all?
Yeah.
Best spy in the world.
Yes.
Yes? Are you talking about?
You,
Are you talking about Mr. Pond?
yes, I am. He's the greatest spy in the world. He almost died bringing us some battle plans.
Could we please speak to Mr. Pond?
Yeah, he's here. Just
I'm fucking
Janice,
done.
can you call ahead? And one of the people he's like, yeah, it just kind of gets out like a little beeper and.
I'm fucking done.
He just started walking off kind of hurriedly.
I'm not sure what I expected, but not this.
Certainly wasn't
You know
this,
what?
no.
I don't like Star Wars, and this is just, I'm fucking done.
Wow. Rude.
Yeah, but don't you not like Star Wars because you were told to not like Star Wars growing up?
Yes, in a way, but I
You haven't formed your own opinion on Star Wars.
Yeah.
yes, I have. I don't care for it at all.
But have you seen any of it?
I've seen clippets because my ex-stepdad used to have it on all the time.
I think that's fairly reasonable. I've seen clips and stuff and gone, don't fucking like that before.
I feel like clippets aren't enough to build a hatred for a property. An indifference, fair.
In fairness, to get involved in Star Wars, a lot of the time you have to then interact with the Star Wars fandom, which is toxic as
And
well.
I fucking hate that. My ex-stepdad was like major Star Wars fan, like stupidly into Star Wars. And yeah, nope.
See, I feel like whenever I talk with people that are into Star Wars, they expect me to be a lot more into Star Wars than I am when I just kind of like flashy lightsabers go zoom zoom,
Yeah,
I
like
like
Star Wars. I wouldn't say that I like it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So are you following?
Oh my god, guys, do you have lightsabers?
Lightsabers?
No, I meant
Lifesavers.
announced.
Like
You're
the
saying
Fates?
in character.
Yeah,
Are you following Big Friendly Tarkin?
yeah.
BFT. So he turns around and he's like, oh, I don't have one, but Andrew, he's got one of them.
Where can
What
we
color
get
is
one
it?
from?
What color is it? Well, the handle's like this silver.
No, I mean the
and then I
laser.
think
Blade.
the laser bit. I think that's red. I think.
Oh my god, that's the same as Darth Vader.
I don't know who that is, but if he's got a lightsaber, he must be a mighty fine fighter.
Isn't Darth Vader the bad boy?
Well, in that version, yes.
Does anybody have double-ended lightsabers? Because we all know they're the best. Although
Yeah.
you would chop yourself in half if you were actually using one. But I guess if you're a Jedi,
Oh,
you
yeah.
have a whole
Or have
idea
you
of
seen the
midichlorian to help
ones
you,
that
but,
have like a circle around the blade and they spin?
Yeah, see, I kind of like them, but at the same time, I'm just like, classic
Dude.
double-sided is me.
They can
I know
fly
of
with
the
that shit.
double-ended.
It doesn't make any
but
damn
I don't
sense.
know of the other one.
It's the
Well, the
same.
other
Oh,
one-
they got the big moonwalky thing.
None of this
That
makes
look
sense.
like drills.
In all fairness,
Drills? Are you talking about AT-ATs?
I don't know, they look like drills. Like
AT-ATs
oil
don't
drills.
look
oil drills.
Just talking about the AT-ATs, yeah.
I think AT-ATs.
Yeah, they look like
Do they?
oil drills.
I don't know what the smaller ones are called, so.
I
ATR.
don't know what an AT-AT
Attacks,
is,
yeah.
but we got a couple of 7979s.
Ah, that sounds about right.
God.
No, those aren't AT-ATs. Those are
Yeah, they are. Those are AT-ATs.
Why-
what are
Why-
the ones called?
The little
Why
ones are
did we let
AT-ATs.
Joe do this, Alex?
I didn't let him do anything. I said make a mini campaign.
We're on a mission. Come on. We
Free
gotta.
reign to make as many
Okay,
terrible
we
puns
need
as
to
possible.
meet
Focus.
James Bond, the greatest detective,
Yeah,
investigator,
sorry.
spy in the world.
Distractions.
So Tarkin starts leading you through kind of a series of hallways with the kind of the opening and sliding doors. Going through, you can see that there are a bunch of kind of branching corridors, rooms, and it seems to be this mishmash of kind of commercial, industrial, and residential. It doesn't seem to be very well organized at all. So you see a bunch of different kind of people as you go through. You can see kind of marching in unison alongside.
We lost audio
Okay.
that time.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, they're somewhat what I'm on about. They're not exactly what I'm on about, but they are what I'm on about.
So, what are you? An oil drill? I just looked up an oil drill and I was trying to work out. Wait, are
Oil
you talking about
drill?
the small robots? Are you talking about the droids?
Maybe.
Hang on, I'm gonna copy a picture of a droid and see if that's what you're talking about. These?
No,
Okay.
I'm talking about the things that Simon's put in chat.
Okay, those are AT-ATs.
They look like. I'm not sure if it is oil drill, but
And
That's certainly not an oil drill.
yeah.
no, it's.
This is the AT-RT, which some of you I think were talking about.
That's. No, I think it's the 88. I don't fucking know Star Wars. I don't care.
That's fine. You don't need to. I'm just trying to work out what you're talking about.
I'm trying to work out what I'm talking about.
So, according to this, we have an AT-AT is the one I showed you. Apparently, slightly bigger than that, there is an AT-ACT. So, an AT-AT is 22.5 meters tall. They have an AT-ACT, which is 31 meters tall. Then there's an AT-M6, which I think is from the later films, which is gigantic. We're going down from that. You have an AT-DP, an AT-AP, an AT-TE.
Alex,
an
you're doing the
AT-SD,
thing
and an
again where you
AT-RT.
say a lot of letters in a row and my
Yeah.
mind stops
So
listening completely.
I was doing that 100% on purpose this time because that is just a ridiculous naming convention. But there's the little chart of the different heights of things.
Hold on.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
So-
I
so
didn't
you could
realize
be-
this.
So
Good grief.
you can be attacked by an attacked.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't realize. So I knew there was the AT-AT. I didn't realize there was an AT-ACT, which is just an even.
Well,
I
these-
didn't realize they existed.
Those are the ones that were in the.
Yeah.
In the last, where the what's it called? Return of the Revenge of the Skywalkers.
Yeah, AT-M6 is definitely the one where Kylo Ren goes, "Fire everything!" or whatever he says. On the Red Sands.
Oh, hello.
I love what's happened there is that's changed, but Greg's not here, so therefore that's going to happen on the stream, and then It's all going to be,
Greg's back.
Oh.
Joe's back. Maybe.
Hello.
I don't know how long you guys were frozen for.
Oh,
we
my
heard
long
you
time.
saying.
You guys were just listening really intently.
So basically, you said that we were walking down, and then there were like people marching in, and then you disappeared.
Yeah, we
he
started
said-
talking
that
about
was-
oil drills and stuff.
That was fucking ages ago. I've literally just been talking to myself then. Okay. Yeah, I thought, because like Alex was frozen like this, and like a few of you were like this, so I thought you were just listening really intently.
Did you not get any kind of a
Right.
hint from the fact that
If it looks like we're listening.
No,
Yeah,
but it looked like you were
that's a
listening.
problem.
And I said something that I thought would get a laugh, and it didn't, and I was like, well, that didn't land.
Yeah, but that's
so I
just
thought it
normal.
would.
That's
Just move on.
You said something that you thought was going to get a laugh, and it didn't, and you were like, something's wrong here.
You can try and make the joke this time and see if we laugh at it.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Yeah, so so the very kind of obviously augmented kind of cyborgs with very pale skin on their faces, as you can see. They look almost kind of Borg-like for any Star Trek fans. You kind of pass. So I may end up repeating a little bit here because I don't remember in what order I said them, but this seems to be very a mishmash of commercial, residential, and industrial kind of in terms of layout. It's very unorganized. So you pass a bunch of different kind of rooms and halls and that. So one of the first halls that you pass is like a cafeteria with kind of long kind of tray tables laid out, and you can see that there are kind of a couple of different species and people kind of sitting having lunch, and you can see that there are these two kind of like almost conical looking robots with like kind of like bumps on the bottom half, and they seem to have a plunger and a whisk attached to them, and this kind of like long eye stalk rotating.
There
One of
is
them
the
goes-
wrong fandom.
You can see that
I
one
know
of them
that
is
one.
approaching the other, and a hatch kind of opens up in the middle, and a gift wrapped present like kind of shoots out of it and onto the table, and the other turns around and goes, "Reciprocate!" and the exact present.
I thought-
That's why I was like, "Oh, that didn't land."
I thought the twist was going to be because they've got the toilet plunger and the whisk that they were like a combined cleaning and cooking robot.
You don't know. That could still be.
Maybe.
So you kind of continue going through, and you can hear that there is a man kind of stood in what appears to be some kind of lab. Door is open with some assistant who is clearly like trying to leave. He's yelling something at her. He's kind of got kind of like long white coat on, kind of white mad scientist hair. He's yelling something about some kind of capacitor on as you go past.
A flux capacitor, perhaps.
Perhaps, indeed. And kind of going through, you see a room that appears to just be kind of like, it's just like a piece of green slime just kind of boinging around the room, just non-stop, just kind of going.
It's blubber.
Flubber.
And
Flubber,
so you're
not
kind of
blubber.
led through
Well, no,
this
it's not blubber
labyrinth.
because that's
taken.
copyrighted.
Well, that's yeah, fair point. Fair
Flubber.
point. Sorry, carry on after the blubber.
Yeah, so you're led through this labyrinth, and you can see you're led eventually to a door, kind of unmarked, similar to a lot of the others that you passed. But as the door opens, you can see that there are two people inside as Tarkin kind of ushers you in. One is sat behind a desk, sipping a martini, and for all of you who have met this person before, this is James Pond. For you, Mark, he is a frog person in a tuxedo, just laid back in his chair, sipping a martini, conversing with a man who looks to be kind of maybe in his early 30s. He's got kind of like slightly curly, sandy blondie brown hair.
Don't say Sandy.
He's got kind of what looks to be the hilt of a lightsaber kind of on his hip, but it looks to be kind of just sticking out of a pocket. He's wearing a World's Best Dad t-shirt with shorts and flip-flops. And you can see that he's got some kind of like burn marks going down from the side of his face down onto like some of his arms. And he's like, yeah, so I think if you agree that that's the best plan, then that's what we should do. James Pond replies, he replies, yes, I think that's the best course of action for us. And as you see here, my associates have arrived.
Don't say you're expecting us. Like, come on.
Wait! Please don't tell me the James Pond is a long game thing. Please don't. With all the Doctor Who references now, I swear to God.
I'm not sure who that is, but
that's the joke.
I
Yeah.
possibly reveal any of my identities.
I don't believe you've met. My name's Mark. Nice to meet you.
Oh, very nice
I'm
to meet you.
fucking confused.
You were a figurine the last time I saw you. I'm glad to see that you've regained your stature.
Yeah, I think that's very kind. Very kind.
Right, just
Mr.
formalities. Listen, there is so much of me that wants to be like into the formalities, and this is obviously, I'm assuming, Andrew or whatever, Skywalker.
Oh yeah, hi. I'm.
Or like, are you
Ground
Landrunner? Are you Andrew Landrunner or what's that?
Ground Strider.
Ground Strider. There it is.
Where you got confused.
Okay, I have one question that I need to know, and I just need to get it out of the way. How do you feel about sand?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, what do you like? What's sand?
I love sand. It's
I
coarse,
fucking
it's
knew it.
everywhere.
Great,
It reminds
cool.
you of your time, grooving at the beach.
Yeah.
Listen, I really, really, really would love to get friends, but
He's
to
a
get
twat in
to be
real life,
friends.
right?
Yeah, well, in
What?
reality,
I don't know.
Like
this is a complicated
Like the
story.
We
actor?
know he's a.
No. You're talking about Anakin Skywalker. It's a very complicated story that leads them to a rounded ending. The point, what I'm getting to, is that we just need to know what we're doing next. Mr. Pond, the greatest spy in the
Also, how
apparently
the fuck did you
multiverse.
get here?
Multiverse. Yes, how did you get here?
Why couldn't you just bring us here?
No, you see, I can see it on your face. You're about to be like, I have many secrets. Don't pull this bullshit. How'd you get here?
I'm fucking done with this shit now. Can we just have Joe back and fuck off back to our world?
Are you the editor?
Well,
Reality is starting to feel a lot more like a detour. That was completely unnecessary.
Yeah, like why did we even go there? If you could get
Yeah.
from reality to Real S, why
I never
did
saw
we have to
reality.
go on the in between?
well, I appreciate your I've totally lost the terrible Sean Connery accent. He's like, I
Wait, you were
understand
doing an
your,
accent?
Yeah, my best I understand your confusion. I would love to have the means of traveling through all these planes, but fortunately our mutual benefactor has brought me here to assist, so that I may defeat my arch nemesis.
Okay, so we need to be mad at the author for not just putting us in the right place in the first place.
Wait,
I mean, you'd have to take that up with him.
who's your arch nemesis?
Apparently.
We share a common enemy.
That seems to be correct,
Myself
Alex.
and here. And Anne's like, oh yeah, Obi is like the worst. Yeah.
No! I'm fucking done with this Star Wars shit. Get me out of this world. I'm fucking done with it.
Buddy, this isn't Star
Where's
Wars,
Joe?
this is War Stars.
Where's,
I don't give a shit what it is. I want
where's
fucking
Joe?
out.
where's Joe?
Where's the editor?
We think that your friend is the new power source of the Galactic Republic domain.
No.
Public domain, so, like, no copyright.
Okay, but
I
Joe
think that was
is
the joke.
in Real S. Is what you're saying?
Yes, we
Okay.
think that he's here. There's
Okay.
been rumors upon my spying of a new
So can
power
you
source.
get us to Joe?
So are we taking a TIE fighter or a TARDIS?
Cody.
Well,
I
We-
prefer TARDIS because I actually know what one of them is.
And it's more roomy than a TIE fighter.
Yeah,
They'd be pretty
Big on the
cramped
inside.
for... Yeah. Or
we
what
have
if it's smaller on the
a
inside?
couple of different
Or
options.
something?
We have something in mind that we think will be a bit more stealthy than either of those. But your timing is excellent. We are in fact about to launch an assault on the Republic domain to have a crack at their capital planet. We are in need
Wait,
of a strike.
If something is smaller on the inside, doesn't that just mean it's got, like, thick walls?
No. Walls are the same size. It's just smaller on the inside.
Yeah.
Isn't everything small on the inside, though, if you think about it?
No,
Because if
the
you look
point
on
is,
the outside,
the point is that
it's going to be
the
bigger
walls are
because
still,
then you've got the thickness
the
of the
walls
wall.
are still only
Sorry.
9 millimeters. So
I got you guys
Yeah,
stuck
but
on
then
that
it's still
joke. Sorry.
millimeters smaller on the inside.
Yeah, but like in this, what we're talking about is like the wall
Yeah,
from
but
both
I'm
sides.
saying technically everything's smaller on the
Everything's more on the
inside.
inside. Yeah.
Yeah, but what I'm saying in this situation is that the walls from both sides are only like an inch thick, but
Yeah,
the
but-
inside
but
is
Alex,
like
the
a
joke
much
is that we're
smaller.
being
I
facetious
know
about
the
it.
joke is. I'm saying what the joke was that you're skipping over. I don't give a fuck. Technically, you know when I do this kind of shit, the reception I get is just not acceptable.
Yeah, obviously.
And turns around to his froggy friend is like, yeah, I don't think that these guys are cut out for this, man.
We've been through a lot right now.
I'm gonna produce flame from my
I
hand.
am 2 seconds from turning into, in this universe, what I'm assuming will be a Balyeg and just ripping everything to pieces. Just, can we find Joe, please?
Ooh, could you turn into a sandworm?
I don't
Oh,
know.
like the one
It's
from
just
Jupiter.
the closest thing to a T-Rex, as far as I can see, is a Balyeg. Like, I was gonna say, other things, but like, they're not quite the same. I don't know.
This
Yeah,
place
sorry.
hurts my
Oh, well, I'm
head.
glad we
Like,
cleared
all
that
of this hurts my head. I want to go home. I have done socializing. My social battery's gone. My emotional battery's gone. I'm fucking done. Send me home.
You said you were gonna take a shot at the Republic domain.
Well,
Yes, that's right.
I'm game.
Hopefully, once you have retrieved
Okay,
your
I'm
friend,
back.
the author will send you on your way. And maybe I will get back to my home plane as well.
And what's
Just
your
out
home
of
plane?
curiosity, yeah. What's your home plane?
Oh, it's excellent. It's a land full of casinos and women. That's about it for the land, to be honest.
I want
It's
to meet
where I
this
learned-
author because I fucking hate them.
It's where
Is
I
that-
learned my spying skills and met Obi for the first time.
What?
Wait, I thought you
You
didn't
met
like
the
Obi.
author.
Why would you be there?
Obi, not the
No,
author.
met Obi. What? Wait. What?
Yes. I told you, myself and Anne, we share a common enemy. I may be the greatest spy in the world, but he is the greatest spy in the galaxy.
Wait, are you the greatest spy in the world or the universe? Like what?
Which world?
Yeah.
Well, hence my problem with this kind of traveling through the planes. I was the greatest spy in the world. Now
So
I'm
he-
just the
he-
greatest spy of whatever world I'm currently on.
But what if you're on the same world as Obi?
Batman.
Batman?
Well then,
Batman!
the whole plane might explode.
Shit, can't let that happen.
Wait, but you met him
I thought
before.
we were going on a spaceship, not a plane.
I thought you met him already.
Yes, but he
But
was
did the world
training me at the
explode?
time. Then he betrayed me. He made a mockery of everything I stand for.
But did he explode? Did the world explode?
Wait,
No,
is,
we were not together at the time when he did that.
is James Bond
like a
Darth
remote
Sidious?
thing. What?
I don't know.
Hmm?
I'm trying to work this out in my head. Maybe
Darth
that's
Plagueis?
not.
If
Can
I
we
curl
just
up in a
go-
ball in the corner and go to sleep, will somebody please wake me up when all of this is fucking done?
No.
Okay,
No.
are we leaving now? When you say perfect timing, are we leaving now? Is it like now? Can we just go? Can we leave?
The ships will be ready in the morning.
We have to wait.
I mean,
That's
we could
too
try and bring it forward a
long.
few hours
Honestly,
if you'd like. But
That's fine.
And-
Like, I kind of want to poke around a little bit.
I need
Sure.
my bed.
you should try some of the stuff. They have blue milk. It's incredible.
I'm not going to do that. But, I do want to check out that phone box.
Bro, I mean, I don't have the key. You'd have to ask Bill or Ted for that.
Oh, it's Bill and Ted on the phone.
Good old Ted.
Okay, I just wanted the answer. But okay, got it. Sure. Okay. All right. Yeah.
I think I'm going to join.
I think I may
Purdy in
actually,
having
like-
a crisis in the corner.
But what if it's just Bill and Ted in the TARDIS?
Could be.
Would that be better or worse?
It was
I
so
don't
much
know.
worse, but like that's far too much power
Yeah.
for Bill and Ted.
Hmm.
I want to find out though. Like what
So,
phone box has the key?
And Andrew turns around and is like, Yeah, so I'm gonna be like leading the charge and stuff because I'm an okay pilot, I guess. You know, just
You're fucking shit.
You know, that's
Wow, that's a bit rude.
That hurts my feelings, man.
I was gonna say that. I mean,
don't
like, as
give
much
a
as
shit.
as much as we're having crises over here, we don't need to be mean.
Yeah. God.
Yeah.
He's the bad guy.
He's obviously not. This is obviously not the same Star Wars that we have watched
I've
films
not
on.
seen Star Wars, but I know he's the bad guy.
How?
In Star Wars, but not in this one.
Exactly. This isn't the same.
You missed the brief.
And like even in Star Wars, it's pretty debatable. Like, I mean,
Right?
representatively, like ideal wise, it's debatable. Like the ways they go about
Wait,
the stuff, yeah, it's like fucked
you-
up.
Wait.
You guys are talking about
Is it
like
Luke that had
wars in the
sister, or
stars.
didn't know
Are you
his
guys
sister?
veterans?
You
What
can
did you say,
say that
Cody?
we're veterans.
Is it Luke that had the sister that he didn't know was the sister?
Yes.
Wait, was that Darth Vader's daughter?
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you have a daughter?
I mean, not to my knowledge, no. I always kind of wanted a daughter though. I volunteer at the local
know.
like
He didn't
kids
know.
shelter that we have. So you know, I'm actually supposed to be doing a shift of that like in 5 minutes. So I'm gonna head out. I'll see you guys at like the invasion. Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds
No.
good.
Yeah, peace,
Yes.
dude.
Yeah.
My
Yes.
my
No.
buddy Pond will kind of show you what we've got picked out for you.
Body pond.
Okay.
Wait, do you have more lightsabers?
Oh, now that I'm
no,
interested in.
this is like an antique, dude. This he kind of holds it up in his hand, and kind of expecting the red blade to come out, and it just kind of like kind of like just red sparks fly out. It's like these things are totally antiques, dude. None of these work anymore.
In my mind, the Darth Vader theme started playing, but then fizzled out with the lightsaber.
It's like
The only
the-
reason
it's like
they have Star Wars and it's not even fucking true here.
It's like the Darth Vader theme tune, but it's like on one of those really old timey radios. It's just
Wait.
loads of static.
Do you guys have the Force here, or do you call it the vibe?
Yo, the vibe. I'm gonna hope that catches on, man.
What have
I
you
really like
created? Greg, what have you done?
the vibe. May the vibe be with you, yo.
I'm down for this. May the vibe be with you is
I'm down for that one as well, to be honest.
Why?
Luke,
Yo,
use the
maybe
vibe.
we need to like. This is like blowing up. We need to like. You know how there's like the good and the bad side of the Force or the
yeah.
vibe. Now we need to
Bad
like
vibes.
make a check to see like which
Oh
side
my
you're
God,
on, and then it's like
stop.
vibe check, man.
Vibe check, yeah.
Stop. Please.
Ugh.
Are you patenting that, or can I just
You can
get that
use it.
started?
I'm patenting it, so I'm gonna like every time someone says it, I'm going to get like 5 cents. But absolutely, you can use it as much as you want.
Man.
Just-
Oh,
Man,
I was just gonna say,
Saying
are you
that,
putting
you are
that-
definitely on our side, not the side of the Republic domain. That's what.
Hell
I
yeah,
want
man!
to
It's a good vibe right there.
Licensing.
Yeah.
Wait, sorry, is this Greg being on the side of capitalism?
What?
Yeah.
Well, no, it's
So why
You know-
what have you done with Greg?
Public domain is the opposite of capitalism.
You gotta protect your intellectual property, man.
But at
Oh,
the
you
same
don't like
time, you are an artist, so therefore you would be more interested in intellectual property.
I'm only taking 5 cents on each time I say it, which is like generous.
Yeah, nothing that puts it out of anyone's like price range.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just trying to stay
I mean,
stay alive in this
I'm
galaxy.
gonna be late
you know?
for my shift at the orphanage, but you know I'll see you guys soon. Yeah.
I'm awfully suspicious about how
have a
quickly
nice
Greg has
invasion.
pivoted to
Have fun
defending
with the
capitalism.
younglings.
Man, there's so much hope in their eyes. I just love to see it. And then he kind of wanders out, just kind of saunters off in his flip flops.
What fucking hope do you see in my eyes?
No. This is Anakin. I mean, sorry, it's Andrew saying there's a lot of hope in the youngling's eyes because that's another Star Wars reference before he murders all of the children.
Yeah.
Anakin, that is, not Andrew.
This
Yeah,
is my
in one of the
favorite.
movies, Paddy, he walks into a room of children and then like kills all of them.
Told you, arsehole.
Yes, that's Anakin.
Different characters.
This is Andrew.
This is
He's
Andrew
just
Brownstrider.
yeah. He's just
Hello.
passing vibe checks left and right.
Wait,
Oh
hold
no,
up.
no.
Hold up. You said
My
this guy-
intuition's right here. He's an arsehole.
This is Andrew, and it's Andy, and you're saying he's got this very like vibes thing. Is this from Lonely Island?
Andy Serkis.
No,
Oh, are you asking if he's Andy Samberg?
Andy Samberg.
He is now.
Is no one concerned that he's about to go to an orphanage?
No, because he's not.
Because it's Andy Samberg, not Anakin. Well, you are literally
just like how Brother Bear didn't actually maul a bunch of people in the film.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes, you're right to be suspicious, Paddy, but the author's the original design here seems to have been twisted by the editor, and everyone's alignment seems to have shifted.
I don't know. I still got bad vibes.
That's fair.
I
Maybe
mean,
give Greg 5 seconds.
I personally
Yeah.
can't truly trust a man who wears flip-flops all day, every day.
I like the idea that patenting is just like compulsory giving over money whenever you say things. Just like, oh shit, I can't stop my hand.
It's the swear jar.
Yeah.
I like Andy Samberg, so
You know that corporations would do that if it was possible, bro.
Yeah.
There's
Except they'd be charging only
spare rooms that
$500.
You guys can
Obviously.
rest in until the morning, but is there anything you'd like to do before the invasion begins?
I want to go home.
Can you find Bill and Ted to open that phone box real quick? I just
Are
want.
they flower pot men out of interest?
What do you say,
that's
Simon?
Bill and Ben, not Bill and Ted.
Yeah, I know.
I know,
in this
but
game, that's
every
how they
time
get
Bill
them.
and Ted is said, I think of the Flower Pot Men.
Yeah.
Listen, are you going to be able to find them, or are they on an excellent
That
adventure?
make you little weed.
I mean, if you spend time with Bill and Ted, they're always on an excellent adventure. I'm sure I can. They're probably in their room if you. He kind of gives you directions to a room. You just knock and they'll probably answer.
Anyone want to come with me and see if this is like the TARDIS or just like a phone box?
Yeah, actually,
I'm in.
I'm quite interested in that.
Because if it's a
Well,
TARDIS, then like there's technically ways
But
to break the walls of reality or reality.
We do just need to make sure that it's not small on the inside and we all just cramp into each other.
Supposedly that'd be pretty easy to see once it's opened up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, let's go check it out.
Yeah.
Also, I have to admit I've never seen any Bill and Ted things, so any references that
Neither
will be
have I.
made here, I will have no idea what's going on.
What is
seen...
Bill and Ted?
I've seen all three.
Oh, good.
It's just
Bill and
it's an
Ted
old
is
film.
Keanu Reeves and an actor who no one
not
knows
seen
the
the
name
third
of, traveling through time and space to get guys together from history so that they can do their homework. And
Exactly.
also they play the air guitar and the sound actually comes out.
And
That's
they
incredible.
like totally speak like that.
Yeah.
That actually sounds really cool.
Only.
Dude, Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. You should watch it. It's an old film, but it's so good.
It is. It is.
I want to watch it.
And then
What's
there
the
was a
third?
second one and a third one.
Yeah.
Were they also good?
Second one's pretty good. Third one is like a
Okay.
much more recent one that only came out a couple of years ago, and it's
I've-
pretty good. It's
I've
more
not
of like
seen
a, like reference heavy kind of.
Yeah, I think it was generally well received, but I don't think they'll be doing a fourth.
No, it was more of an ode to the past. It was just like a fun thing
Yeah.
to put together.
I said I've not seen the third one, so I'm quite interested to see that.
So are Bill and Ted around? I just want to confirm this.
Yeah, you've been given directions to their room.
Okay, let's go. To Bill and Ted.
When we arrive at the door, I want to try the air
Bill and
guitar
Ted.
thing.
You want to try what?
The air guitar thing, just at the door, go.
Okay. So as you get there, you
And-
see that the door is already kind of like slightly open, like it's just kind of like stuck, partly open, and then you can see it kind of starts to shut and then kind of and then opens again and then shuts again, and it's just kind of like seems to be jammed or kind of
Oh, the jamming.
in some way
Oh, for fuck's
broken.
I just want to add in, Greg,
But
when
if you
do
try the air guitar thing outside their door, nothing happens.
No, when Greg does the air guitar thing behind with my loot, I just make it like an electric guitar.
Holy shit, it works!
But yeah, like you can get through if you want to, but
Yeah.
it's just kind of like
Hello?
Are you going in?
I'm just calling through
Yeah.
the door.
Hello.
No response.
Nice. This seems
So this seems like
fine.
this place seems like a big amalgamation of like all like spacey properties, right? Does that include the horror movies? Predator and Alien?
The thing.
'Cause
Could be Alien.
yeah, this whole thing is like giving me flashbacks of Alien, and I don't want to walk in there and get face huggered.
I'm just gonna walk in, disassociate away.
Hopefully it asks for consent before it hugs.
They never do. That's the horrible part about
Yeah,
them.
but this is a
walking
different
in,
universe.
Yeah, I'll
walking in,
walk
Alex,
behind
you
him.
can see that this is a room with 2 beds, and there are 2 people lying on those beds. Neither of them are Bill and Ted, but Bill and Ted are both lying on the floor. Lying on the beds are 2 people on one on the other, kind of like the 2 people are kind of squeezed on. All of them identical in kind of black business attire, ties, and sunglasses on, kind of haphazardly. All of these people are very clearly stoned out of their fucking minds. There's an open bag of what appears to be some kind of mushroom in the middle, as well as 4 bongs around. The room stinks of weed now that you're inside, and the 3 men are various Agent Smiths.
I was already.
I was going to
if you
say it's
hadn't
either
said
Men in Black or Agent Smith.
No, if you hadn't said it when you said there's 3 of them, I was 100% going to say that. So those are Agent Smiths. Yep.
Yeah.
Nice. I don't think we're getting much from these guys.
Can I try to loot Bill and Ted for a key?
Sure. Make me a investigation check. Are you trying to do this gently, or are you just going up and being like, what you got in your fucking buckets?
Gently, yeah.
Yeah. So make it with disadvantage then.
Okay. The lower one plus 1, 9.
9.
would
You
like to-
find
I was gonna say,
a balled up bit of tissue that's clearly been sneezed into. 3 guitar picks. And a lighter.
I'll take the lighter. I'll leave the guitar
it's a
picks.
good weight loss trick. Just put a lighter in your pocket.
So basically, we're not going anywhere till they wake up, right?
In which case, let's go play some of that chess that isn't chess in the Star Wars universe until the morning when we can.
Holographic chesting.
Yeah, and then we could just attack. Just a powerful force and.
Yeah. I was wondering, do you think when Anne said take a shot at the Republic domain, they meant like through a big cannon and like shooting us through a big cannon at the Republic domain?
Maybe they're just going to do it.
It's possible.
We're going to be fine with a person called Sue. That would be kind of funny.
Hmm.
Well, for a given value of funny.
Well,
As long as it's not my mother-in-law.
shall we relax back and take a break? And take a break.
Yeah,
I like
my
that idea.
queen is the toilet. I've been staring at the time going, any minute now we're going to have a break. Any minute now we're going to
I
have a
think
break.
another 10 minutes, actually. I think we should have another 10 minutes
No.
conversation.
But if you do, I'm fucking out. I'm gone.
So I will see you guys back just after 10 past as we start the invasion of the Republic domain.
Oh my goodness.
Hopefully we don't get there and they're like, we're just trying to give things away for free, and then we'll feel bad and like shit. Hopefully it's like a reverse thing. Yeah, anyways, be right back.
Let's see you.
Bye-bye.
The short player.
Hello.
Hello.
Why does everyone, like, leave the call at break now?
What do you mean?
Joe, Simon, and Mark have all left the call?
No, they haven't.
Oh, they hit. Right, because I have it so that it hides non-video participants. It just yeets them from my view.
Yeah.
Hello, Heron. Hello. I'm loving sci-fi universe.
I'm hating it.
Because you don't know any of the references.
Yep.
Alex changed shirts?
Huh?
Oh yeah.
Did you change shirts?
I did. Sarah brought me a new t-shirt, and now
Oh,
I have
okay.
I have flamingos.
It's a nice shirt.
It is. It's great.
I may have to just like get up and leave a couple of times during the next bit because I'm reacting really funny to my tablets again.
Oh, I see. I think that's a reasonable thing.
Obviously, I'll leave my camera on like normal.
Well, you have. This is the thing. You have OBS, so you should set up a thing on your not right now on your Stream Deck to like turn off the camera, but not turn off the camera because then it still gets a camera image and keeps you in the same place for Discord.
Oh, I
could
can easily do
turn
that.
off the camera. I know. I'm just saying you can set it up with Stream Deck to turn on and off different
Yeah.
sources.
But instead,
within
I'll
the
just
scene.
switch it off if I'm going.
But yeah, it's just so you have the option if you wanted to do that.
Yeah.
How you doing, gang?
Hello.
I have an iced coffee. I have a new T-shirt.
Your camera's improved?
My camera.
Yeah.
It has.
Yeah, and your
What
voice.
the hell?
I haven't changed anything.
The voice is about the same, I'd say.
Oh,
You know
it's
what,
less
I-
crackly for me.
I bet it's because the others don't have their cameras on. So the
It'll
call's
be, yeah.
like, we're going to take
That's
all
the
the
resource thing.
resources away from Joe when the cameras are on.
Joe, you're being asked the question, have you seen the movie Event Horizon?
Have I seen the movie Event Horizon? Doesn't ring a bell, no. Sorry.
Good. No, that's a good thing.
Also, I'm going to assume that is a sci-fi movie because
Mhm.
that's part of Black Hole. Also, a sci-fi movie that I have seen that I would not recommend anyone to go and watch. So, if anyone ever suggests to you watching this movie, run away. And that's Valerian and the City of a Thousand.
Oh, I've seen it. It is.
Jane DeHaan and what's her face, Delavine.
It's an interesting film. It's an interesting film.
It's an absolute shocker.
The problem is, I think at no point during that film does it know what it's about. It's just badly written, and although I still think it will argue in my heart for the place of like bad sci-fi movies with the one I can't remember the name of where Channing Tatum is like a weird wolf human hybrid dude.
Rising or something.
Yeah, whatever that one
I've
is.
seen that one. I'm not going to.
I have seen it. It was bad.
With Valerian, it very clearly. You're right. It knows what it is, but what it is a mishmash of clearly the same source material over like multiple volumes. I don't know if it's books or originally like radio,
Books.
whatever.
Comics, I think is the original.
Yeah.
That's
It
what
very
I
clearly
was
is several of those mishmashed together. And it's fucking weird. Like, and I will say as well, for a film that has pretty decent effects, because the effects are good in a lot of the cases, the costumes are inexcusable.
Yeah, but it's a different department, isn't it? It's the costume
That's
department
the
that
thing,
has effects.
It's like
Which film?
but the budget that the costumers were given is like a tenth of what
Probably.
it would have been on any film, because the it's like I can never remember.
Valerian and the City of a Thousand
Oh,
Planets.
yeah.
I can never remember the actor's name, but he's the guy that they use when they can't get Gerard Butler.
Jane
Do you know
DeHaan.
who I mean?
Ethan Hawke.
He's like the
Who's he play?
the general guy.
Clive Owen.
Clive Owen, thank you. He's like discount Gerard Butler. Although he's very good in his own right in some things.
I am not a fan of Dane DeHaan. No offense to him, I don't think he's a massively great actor, but I also, especially in that film, they always seem to put him in a position where he just makes me feel like his image just makes me uncomfortable.
Dane DeHaan is supposed to, like, his role as Valerian is supposed to be this super suave, confident,
Yeah, which is not.
like hero type, and he's not. He's like, I can't remember who it is. It's I don't know, it's Cosmonaut Variety Hour. When he's reviewing and doing a thing on the Amazing Spider-Man 2, his review of that. He's like my height and like around my build, and he's like, even I could beat up Dane DeHaan. Because I think the same. I reckon I could beat up Dane DeHaan because he looks like a weakling.
Anyway, shall we get on with
We're not waiting for Simon.
We never are.
But then okay.
I will say, Greg, I'm very much enjoying your confusion as to Obi. You seemed very, very upset.
I'm just wondering what, like, why are they both from the same universe?
Also, I'm excited for the new Kenobi series coming up.
What?
Yeah, that's right.
I haven't really watched any of the Star Wars shows.
So I've been watching the Mandalorian, Book of Boba Fett, and now of course Kenobi. I really like them. I know that a lot of people like love them, but I really like the series. Directed by Happy, whatever his, I always forget his name.
Jon Favreau.
Yeah, Jon
Yeah.
Favreau. I think he does a
Jon Favreau.
really good job. Actually, I'm assuming he's done this one as well. I've just kind of made that assumption.
I don't know.
Directed by Deborah Chow.
A mixed reception.
But either way, I'm excited.
I don't think Book of Boba Fett really needed to exist in the way that it did.
No, I think I
It's
liked
just
it, but it could have
Mandalorian
just been
season 3.
Yeah, it could have been Mandalorian season 3. I think I fully agree with that. I still enjoyed the episodes, but let's get on with the...
I just
Wait,
know.
Simon?
I just know as soon as we start, Simon's going to come back and yuck with the camera
Yeah.
stuff.
Of course.
For C3, can we just leave cameras on for my sanity?
I think everyone should use OBS virtual cameras because then you can turn the
Yeah.
camera off and not turn the camera off, or some kind of virtual camera.
That'd be great.
Think about it. Nothing I can do about it at the moment.
No.
Yeah.
No.
I think actually a better thing would just be get like a piece of paper and just stick over top of your fucking camera.
That would actually be quite funny if we just wrote little messages.
Just like some alternative
That'd be so
would
cool.
be great. Okay. 3, 2, 1. What do you think?
Hello.
Is it me you're looking for?
The epic music was not very epic.
Hello and welcome to Dicebreakers. Are you choosing a different music?
Sure,
It feels
yeah.
like you want to.
Yeah, 3,
You
2,
were weirdly
1.
good at doing that really high pitched hello then, Joe.
Oh, thank you.
Or the
I've seen that live. I saw Lionel Richie at Glastonbury a few years ago. It was great.
That's awesome.
Hello and welcome to Dicebreakers, a D&D podcast live stream with mostly accurate rules and inconsistent character voices. I'm Alex, your host and not DM, and with me are Greg, Purdy, Mark, Simon, and Joe, my wonderful players. How is everyone doing today? The pause there was me looking down like, is Simon here? Yep, Simon is here. Our DM is Joe once again for what might be the last part of Authors and Editors. We'll see how it goes. Do you want to take it away?
Last time on Authors and Editors, the gang travelled through space with Phileas Fogg, went through a kind of blank spot in space and found themselves in another new plane of existence, this one seeming to be very full of all sorts of different sci-fi elements, where the alignment of the people on this plane seem to have been switched by the editor. And so the good guys are now the bad guys, and the bad guys are now the good guys. So they've been taken to a moon base to meet with their old friend and acquaintance, James Pond, and Anne, who is Andrew Groundstrider, Father of the Year, and they are going to join the assault on the Republic domain, who is the evil empire seeking to expand their territory, and seemingly has acquired a new power source in the form of Joe, the group's role model, idol, icon, and general
Egotistical
all-around
delusionist.
winner of trades every time. So
Please tell me our final battles on Mustafar so we can say, I have the high ground! Lucas!
I can tell you that it is not on Mustafar. You're
Damn
going
it.
somewhere else.
If Bill and Ted are involved, they definitely will have the high ground.
Oh yeah, they also found Bill and Ted and 3 Agent Smiths who were high as balls, just passed out in the room.
It's good. It's good stuff.
Oh, you've been told that the Armada is leaving in the morning. What are you guys doing till then?
Sleeping.
I wanted to play some
Just
chess.
fucking checking out.
Or whatever they
chess.
call it. Battle. What's it called? Star Wars.
Battle
The little
chess.
holographic monsters, right?
Yeah. Digeric. Also known as Holo Chess.
I do not know the rules of that, so do you have proficiency in Dragon Chess?
No.
Have you
Are
any
you
idea?
playing any of your
Gordon?
companions, or are you finding someone else to play against?
You know what?
Anyone want to play me?
Alex should have proficiency in Dragon Chest after the whole Zegith sketch of it all.
Yeah, well, no. So I was reading off a wiki page. Like, I would not say I'm proficient in Dragon Chess in any way, shape, or form.
Is anybody though? Actually,
You're
Yes.
probably more
there will be
proficient
people.
than most people.
Does anybody want to play Digeric?
Yeah. I'll have a go at Dragon Chess. You have to tell me what the
Nice.
rules
Let's
are.
go.
Do you have proficiency in Dragon Chess, Mark?
No, I don't even have
In that
proficiency
case-
in ordinary chess.
Both of you make intelligence checks, I guess.
Intelligence. Intelligence. Okay. Is that just like roll
Alex,
add
Alex, that laugh
intelligence bonus?
was very Michael Jackson of you.
Is that an intelligence save or intelligence like roll and add intelligence bonus?
just check. So D20 plus your intelligence mod.
What would you be saving
D20.
from?
Yes. You see, my D20 is the wrong D20. 11.
Well, I think in which case it may be a competition for who's done better.
Well, I rolled a
Very
7,
nice.
but I have +4, so it's 11.
I got 3 + 1 for 4. I'm just sitting there like, I do not know what I'm doing.
So the room that you've gone to is one of these kind of like larger halls. It's some kind of recreational space. So there's a few of these like kind of hollow chess boards set up. There's also like a little 10-pin bowling thing that you can see. There are just a couple of people playing, some chairs and that set around. There's some kind of like low music, and it's
Cantana band. Although I like the second one more than the first one. They play in the background. I'd love it so much. Anyway, yeah, we don't need the whole thing.
Okay. Anything else you guys want to do?
No, probably just like, I mean, I don't need a long rest, but like, just rest. Mentally.
I'll run around the ship bay a little bit before going to sleep.
Okay. Doing what?
Just poking around. Definitely stopping by the phone box, trying to peep inside.
Well, the phone box from Bill and Ted, is it the one from Bill and Ted? Because that's just glass sides.
Yeah, it's got glass panes on the side, so you can easily see it in.
Okay.
Oh, I thought it was the Doctor Who one.
No.
I didn't think it was, but I was hoping it was.
The Bill and Ted phone box it looks literally like a phone box. I don't think there's anything different about it other than it's got glass sides.
Mm.
Well, actually, when it takes off, there's that sort of umbrella thing comes up the top without.
Is it like a red phone box that we have nowadays?
No, it's like more like the American style.
Okay, it's not for American one.
Oh, okay.
But you are thinking more along the right kind of lines with that than like a TARDIS.
I'll ask the Dalek-looking things if they know the Doctor. And if that doesn't work, I'll ask if they know the physician.
So the Daleks are attempting to play darts they're like sucking up on their like little things like darts, and then just kind of like flicking them out. Like the plugs are like yes. One of them gets like close to the bullseye, and the other turns to it and goes, "Great job!"
Hey,
so you're going up to them.
Hi, I'm Greg. Who are you guys?
We are Daleks.
Okay, so that's the same. All right, cool. Do you know the doctor?
Doctor Who.
Exactly. Yes. How about the
Yes,
physician?
Who is the doctor?
Okay. All right. Well,
Would you
I
like
guess
to buy
not.
a ticket?
Yeah. Would you like to buy a ticket? No. I'm gonna go to sleep. Are you Wait. Are you joining us in the attack tomorrow?
You can see you joining into sleep. You want to come back tomorrow?
With the Republic domain.
Cool. Yeah. Good night, Daleks.
It's like the afternoon, but okay, bye.
We're in space. I don't know.
Yeah, how are we supposed to know? There's no sun. Apart from Luke.
Lucas.
Are you guys just resting then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Responder has given you some directions to rooms that you can stay in. And you are all awoken by him coming to get you the next morning. He says, "Well, a very good morning on the eve of war, gentlemen and lady.
Morning.
Do you have you're kind of a strike team, given your magical powers, so unlike many things that this plane has ever seen before. Have you come up with an awesome strike team codename?"
The confused.
Pizza crew. What?
The Strangelings.
No,
No,
Dakota.
we've done that. That's a different group.
Or dice breakers, one of the two. We're more dice breakers.
I like the pizza crew.
What
I
about
think the
this bunch of
chaotic.
idiots?
The chaos.
Okay.
Why
I like
not?
the pizza.
Why not combine all those things together and be the chaotic pizza breakers?
Sure.
Yes, okay, I'll go
I
with that.
actually really like that.
Pizza breakers.
The chaotic pizza breakers.
Called
Yeah.
CPB for short.
Oh, if it's not breakers, it would be. We could be CBA. Chaotic pizza.
It's your team name. You can change it as you see fit.
We're going to be the chaotic
Pizza Association.
the chaotic pizza breakers, but the acronym is CBA.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the A is silent.
I was trying to figure out a way to turn it into C-3PO.
Well, C3's coming up
Frosty.
C3 postponed.
once again.
Yeah.
That's a good way to give me a mental break.
Are you ready to be shown to your stealthy vehicle?
Or what?
No.
Sure.
Let's go.
Did you say
So he
stealthy?
starts like
Let's go.
heading off. He said stealthy.
Oh, okay.
Is it in the shape of a
Look, Sean
pizza?
Connery is not my best impression, guys. It's
Really?
all I've got.
I think it's the best one you've ever done.
You guys will hear worse.
Sean.
You guys will hear worse during C3, so I'll consider this like preemptive
Yeah,
revenge.
yeah.
So he leads you to the hangar bay, which you can see is kind of starting to fill up with people getting into kind of the different ships. A bunch of TIE fighters leaving. And he takes you into a little like shuttle, which kind of takes off and then takes you to a much larger ship. For any Star Trek fans amongst you, this would be a like Romulan warbird. It's a very elegant kind of design, very large ship. Kind of the shuttle takes you on and says, "This is not your ship. Once we have engaged the enemy, you will be sneaking off." Oh, yes, excellent picture. Who's our good friend? Right. Go. Let's be off. And so the ship starts to move. You guys can't feel anything, but through like a kind of a window in the hangar that you're in, like the kind of the force field, you can see that you have made a jump to light speed hyperspace whatever all the different franchises call it. And you are off along with many other ships. You go with James to the like command deck, as it were, the bridge of the ship. You can see there are a bunch of different people sat at different stations, monitoring things, saying things to each other, kind of relaying bits of information from other ships and all the rest of it. So eventually you drop out of hyperspace, and you can see that on the kind of the massive screen in front of you, there is an enormous planet, similar in construction to the world city of London that you'd seen, where it's this enormous kind of, and the whole thing is covered in lights, and you can see that there are all sorts of ships in front of you as well, arrayed, and another armada against you. Where
There's
you
the
see
Death Star.
You see something that looks like kind of the Millennium Falcon. You see more of those like speedboat-looking things. You see the ship from Galaxy Quest. You know, all sorts of like the good guy ships.
Don't tell me we see a blue box. Don't you dare!
You can make a perception check if you'd like. But,
I don't want to see it.
I'm going to make a perception check. I want to see if I can see a blue ball.
Why would you
Make
do this to
perception
me?
Perception check. I'll do it on there so you can see it.
Would it? Hang on.
It's a dirty 20.
Day 20, you do not see a blue
Wow.
box.
Ah.
I was going to say, if you did, would it make it easier to destroy it if it was Jodie Whittaker as the Doctor?
Yes,
That's the
absolutely.
only
Yeah.
acceptable way.
So,
This is Chris Chibnall hanging on the side like, let's go!
there is an incoming message from a ship that comes forward, and you can see that it is a ship that looks very much like the Starship Enterprise.
Which one?
But it can't be Enterprise because that is public domain.
Enterprise.
I think the name may be a bit misleading, possibly.
Starship Community
No,
Project.
it's spelled Enterprise like pies with an R. And so the kind of the
Starship
screen
Pizza
in front
Cutter.
of you changes as you are led kind of to the door by James, and you see who appears to be dressed in kind of like an admiral's uniform, a kind of balding man, human, white skin, kind of hair just kind of along the sides, wearing a beret as well. It's like, oh, I am the Admiral Jean-Luc Picard. Away from this place, or we shall destroy you.
Thank you for coming to the stream. We're gonna have to leave.
Bonjour, mon ami.
You speak French? He starts launching off into French. I don't speak French though, so.
Oui.
Sorry, please
Je
hold.
parle
I'd hang up the
francais
communicator.
Chesney.
Okay, the screen goes back to back to like the view of all the ships. They seem to take this as an act of aggression, and the ships start moving towards each other. Fine.
What?
I think there was some more I think there was some more diplomacy to do there, but I like the
I mean, maybe, but like, I think no matter what, that would have broken down into some form of mockery, and like, I was already on the edge of mocking right there, so like,
May as well get to the
So
point.
he leads you down again to the hangar, and when you get there, you can see that there is something that wasn't present when you came in onto the ship, but has either been moved there or has appeared there. It appears to be this very large, large like room size, like maybe the size of the room that Greg is in currently. So enough to fit like a few people in, but not like enormous like some of these ships are. And it appears to be this kind of orange slime, although it seems to be kind of lit from within. And James starts walking right up to him, like, right, you're going to be going with our friend Clyde here, who's going to take you to where we've identified the main threat to be. You should be careful, and I hope that you are successful. If you are, we may never meet again.
Guys, what's this a reference to?
I don't know.
So the slime seems to rotate, and you can see that there's like a face appears on it. Two large eyes, white with blue pupils, just start looking at you. And it rises off the ground.
No.
And it's a giant Pac-Man ghost.
Oh, okay. I thought it was going to be the annoying orange, and I was about to be very upset.
No, you know what? Yeah.
Holy shit. I started
Hey!
sweating.
The true villain of.
When you
Holy
said the
hell.
eyes and then the
Orange
eyes
if you
came, I was like, oh
Yeah,
my god, it's
no,
the
don't.
ghost.
Hey, Apple!
Wait, we have to go
Oh, no.
inside of you? Are you a sentient thing?
It kind of like nods.
How do we go in?
Through the butt.
I hesitate to ask.
And just kind of sticks his hand through, and there's like a bit of a gloopy, like, sound.
It's so weird.
All right. Pac-Man
I
Ghost,
want
do
to
we
just
have
jump into it.
permission
diving.
to enter your body?
Nods.
Okay.
This is
It just felt like we should at least have consent before we.
Yeah.
I'm already in before the consent came, unfortunately.
Yeah. Right.
Well, you know that he's already agreed to it because he said
Yeah.
that Clyde was going to help you.
Yeah,
I'm just like.
You guys just didn't question who Clyde was at the time.
I
Yeah.
was trying to work out, but didn't
I
think
thought
that
you said
Blinky-
Hyde, and like was Jacqueline Hyde coming back? And I was like,
Blinky, Blinky, Pinky, and Clyde.
Yeah.
Should've
To
been
be honest, when you
Inky.
first said Clyde, I was waiting for Bonnie.
Oh.
That
I'm just
was
gonna
also-
I'm gonna slowly and with like a bit of a horrified look on my face, gonna just like.
yeah.
I suppose I'll
It's-
follow.
It's
Reluctantly.
breathable and feels like once you pass through the initial like slimy outer layer, it is like you are treading water in like candy floss. It's
Okay.
like airy but also solid.
I hate
it's,
that.
it's a very strange sensation.
I can't say I've ever
I hate swimming.
tried to tread
I
water
don't
in
like
Candyfloss.
Yeah, just
Okay, I am
enter the-
treading
enter
water
Clyde.
in pleasant Candyfloss then. No worries.
Take us on.
Are you all going aboard, Clyde?
Yeah, we're all boarding Clyde.
All aboard!
We're all docking Clyde.
Greg. Greg. Greg.
Sorry. The intrusive thought won. I'm sorry.
Greg.
It's fine.
But
Once
Greg.
all 5 of you have penetrated Clyde and are
But Greg.
he lifts off the ground.
Greg.
And you can see that the kind of the orange kind of cloud that you're in starts to change color and become like much dimmer. And as it does, you kind of start to lose like the sight of your own outline within it as it starts to darken and become translucent. And Clyde, instead of floating out the hangar, he floats down, and you all pass through the levels of the ship as it exits. This is definitely how you are stealthing down to the planet that you have heard referred to as Coruscant.
Reformed.
You're forward.
Reformed.
Can't.
So, as the battle is raging around, you see ships are blowing up left and right. A Dalek is screaming as it is, imploded by the cannon of something. It's just mayhem everywhere as you are kind of very rapidly descending down
If it
to.
imploded, there wouldn't be mayhem everywhere. It would be quite neat. If it imploded, it would be quite neat. Wouldn't be very.
Oh yeah,
chaotic.
the Dalek imploding just turns into like a crumpled up like
Like a little foiled ball. Yeah.
And we're talking about everything else that's happening around.
Oh, that's fine. I just
Ships
need.
are flying all over the place. There's bits of rubble, everything. At one point, it seems like a giant peach just kind of floats by. It's very
James?
strange.
James.
Did I do this? Is this my fault?
Alex, why? Alex,
This was going to happen anyway, right? Why would you do that?
can you delete the message? Can I?
They've appeared in the same
I
set.
love it.
I'm trying to delete it.
I can't.
I love it. Don't delete it.
Thanks,
I
I
want
hate
it forever.
I'm just going to scroll up
you
to
are
the
descending-
what?
We're descending down to the planet's surface. Clyde evidently has been given the coordinates of where to go, and he passes through several layers of building, through piping, all the way down until you feel it start to stop. and start to recolor the orange, and you can find yourselves in a room that is weirdly. Not saying weirdly, it is much more lit than any of the rooms that you've kind of passed through, but you have seen various people kind of like marching, running about as the attack is happening. And so it is lit, and there is this enormous kind of you can see gate with kind of electrified energy running through it, and various kind of pipes and wires everywhere, with a tiled floor. And Clyde has stopped moving.
Clyde, you took us to a trapped room?
I think we're supposed to leave.
Are we supposed to leave, Clyde?
Clyde?
There is no answer. You can't see his face from where you are.
That's fine. I'm staying.
I'll use my message.
I will exit Clyde.
Vaguely where the sort of whichever way his head would be from me. Are we supposed to leave here?
I would like to exit.
You get like an 8-bit soundbite back that you interpret as yes.
As opposed to okay, fine, okay.
Once I exit Clyde, I'll ask, wait, if you're here, does that mean a giant Pac-Man is here as well? On the enemy side?
You don't get a verbal response, as Clyde doesn't have a mouth, but there is a look of fear on its face.
Oh,
goes blue.
no, we're gonna have to fight Pac-Man.
It'll be fine.
I'm sure there are no horrid problems coming our way in the future.
I can't imagine
You know how there's a meme of D&D just being full of a bunch of toothy maws? It's literally just a maw. That's it.
What do you mean a meme?
It's
That's
the
just
epitome of the joke.
Yep.
Also, it's very dark in here. Oh wait, no, there it is. Hi.
This is all reality.
Right. Okay. What can we see then? So we can see a gate with power.
Yes, so if you go to roll 20, you will see where you are.
I see. I did the same thing, Greg. I was like, oh, it hasn't appeared yet. And just scroll down. Oh, there it is.
Oh, there it is.
Turn off dark mode, because sometimes with dark mode it like turns the whole thing blank. But no, that's just.
It's down there. Okay.
So is this a door in front of us?
Oh, there. I
It is a door in front of you.
Without touching. Investigate.
door I
Any
see
kind
before?
of control of the doors.
Sure, make an investigation check.
Investigation check. I am going to use my dice, even though it failed me last time. That's better, but not much. Investigation. That's a dirty 20.
You can tell pretty easily that the yellow thing in front of you is a big button.
There's a big button. If someone wants to press it.
I'm gonna cast Fire
press
Shield
it.
on myself.
No, hang on. I'll use Mage Hand.
That's probably a good idea.
Also, I'll make it a cold shield because I'm kind of assuming lasers do fire or radiation. Yeah. It's a cold fire shield.
Before you do that, I'm going to cast Find Traps.
That's a good idea.
Oh.
Okay. Would you just read that out to me?
You sense the presence of any trap within the range that is within line of sight. A trap for the purpose of this spell includes anything that would inflict a sudden or unexpected effect you consider harmful or undesirable, which was specifically intended as such by its creator. Just a spell would sense an area affected by the alarm spell, a glyph of warning,
Wait,
or a
just
mechanical pit trap.
Just on a technicalities point there, does that mean that if a wild magic sorcerer rolled for their chaos magic and it cast a trap, would it not show up on detect traps because it wasn't intended by its creator?
Possibly.
That's an interesting question.
That is an incredibly specific circumstance.
Yeah, that's very specific.
It says
Asking
something
for a
you
friend.
consider. It says something you consider harmful or disposable. So, a masochist would just be useless at using that spell.
That's true.
I will say, Penny, you get the sense that this door can be trapped, but it is currently deactivated.
I'm also going to cast Fire Shield, I think, and I'm going to
Okay,
roll
so
for that as well.
if I press this button, am I going to open the door or set the trap?
I got an 8.
I don't know. Press it anyway.
Right, I'm going to use
Does anyone have
mage
mage
hand.
hand? Yeah, I was about to say. We
Yeah,
should all
I
step
have
back.
mage hand.
Which
Ah,
shield
yes.
are you doing? Hot or cold?
Cold, please.
Cool.
I'm going to make myself feel like I'm a part of this by minor illusioning a cold shield over myself.
I'm just holding my backpack as my real shield.
Sure.
Who's got the most shielding on at the moment?
I don't know. I have an actual shield, but I'm saying that's going to be my backpack.
How do you mean?
I mean, I'm going to stand behind whoever's got the best shield going.
I mean, what do you
mean by shield?
I don't know. You were talking about casting
AC.
well,
Oh.
AC, but I was also thinking about
No, our shields just
shield,
do damage
cold,
to
whatever.
things that hit us.
and
Alright.
resist. No, there's a
And resist damage.
resist cold
Of
damage.
Should we just
Oh,
press
sorry,
fire?
yeah, sorry. I meant a warm shield which resists cold.
Okay, I'm going to stand behind. No, I'm not. Because I wouldn't. I see. You see, in reality, I should stand behind Alex because he's bigger than I am.
He also has a
But
lot
in
less
real
HP.
life- But in real life, I wouldn't do that. So I'll stand in
You
front of
also,
Alex.
Mark, are
I
not
don't-
in reality.
Yeah, that's true. So I will stand in front of Alex and I'll press the button with my mage hand.
Okay. The door opens.
Ah,
And you see that yourself at the entrance to a circular room with much decorated wall. Let me do this.
Oh.
There is a man
Oh.
standing at the foot of a kind of very gaudy throne, represented by a black square.
Yeah.
My
He
favorite
is
kind of
dressed
I
throne.
was going to say,
in-
it's supposed to be just a white room with a black square.
Yeah.
it's a dark throne.
Okay.
It's a dark throne. Dark Lord on his dark throne.
How dare you, Purdy? Joe clearly put a lot of effort into this map.
It doesn't go with kind of the room like decoration. It's very gaudy and dark, and the room is very bright. And he is kind of dressed in dark robes with the hilt of a lightsaber similar to Anne's in hand.
Wait, where's
He
Alex
says-
gone?
What?
What?
I can't see Alex on the roll 20 thing.
Oh,
Okay.
Or you might want to reload your page.
Yeah.
Anyways.
He's standing right behind. I'm standing right in front of him.
I've turned invisible.
How'd that
so
go? I actually have a room. No.
Before we go in here, I ought to. I think I will cast a telepathic bond over all of us, so that we are able to keep in touch.
I think doesn't that take like a minute to do? Don't know.
It would do if I didn't have my activated spellbook thing. I can use that to make it happen.
Oh yeah, you can do your a ritual as an action once a day, can't you?
Nice.
I can.
Love,
I'm also-
I love all the scribes. I can't wait to play one.
So the other that, and also I'm going to tick that off. I'm also going to summon forth my manifest mind. It's called. So I'll go like that,
Yes.
and there'll be like a grey version of me because I used to like doing that when I was 10.
I'll pop Ellie into existence as well.
Let me grab you up an icon for your.
So I've manifested my mind, or on my spellbook's mind.
To avoid confusion of having two of you in terms of tokens, I'm going to give you this animated wand instead.
Cool.
Right, you are. I was just ticking a few things on my. So we now have telepathic bond and have a little see-through frame next to it.
And you should be able to move that around, Mark.
Let me just see if I can. Which I can. Yeah. Whee.
So this man sees you. He also has kind of like sandy, blondie brown hair. He looks a bit like what you might recognize as Luke Skywalker. But kind of very much his hair is styled in kind of like an emo kind of like fringe down over his face. His robes are black.
I'll just get the puns over with.
He's wearing like proper like goth boots that add like a few inches to his height with like spikes and stuff coming out the bottom of them.
Nice.
And black nail polish as well. And he says, I knew that they'd be sending someone to kind of cut the head off the snake, but I feel I'm more than a match for all of you. Come on, give it the best shot. Let's get this over with.
Nice to meet you.
What?
Hold on.
The room's really big.
I think you could probably just like pitch it to us. Like, what do you stand for? Are you like evil, or are you like we're seen as evil, but we're just misunderstood? Sorry, this is a long distance to be talking back and forth.
Yeah, if we come closer, are you gonna hurt us, or can we like talk this out? Because I don't want to shout too much.
I mean, we can talk it out if you give up.
But
Surrender and tell all of your friends.
We're not actually fighting, though. We're just looking for a friend.
What?
I just want to hear your pitch.
Yeah, like I can't hear you very well. It's echoey, big and circular, you know?
Come in here then.
I don't trust that.
That sounds like a trap, guys.
By the way,
That
Roll
sounds
20's not working for me.
Ah, that is not good. The roll tendency has a tendency to crash for everyone in the game, so that might spread to all of us at some point.
Oh, good.
Oh, good.
Just refresh it, Purdy. Give it a minute.
I've done that, and it's just I'm just seeing all of us except Alex in a white like rectangle with a black square.
Different browser, maybe.
Try holding Control and then press F5. Because that's a cache refresh as well.
Cash money. Is that still a thing?
I don't know.
No, money doesn't exist anymore, Joe. Can't believe you missed this.
I just want to take a moment to appreciate this song that's called Mwahahaha.
I really need to get my setup so that I can hear the music that you're playing, because I never can.
You just have to watch the stream.
Then I hear us talking at the same
No,
time.
on Discord. On Discord, should be a panel that is Greg sharing. And you just click watch and it should have the sound, if you unmute it.
Yeah. How we listen to it. Oh, there we go.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
I do not have a mute.
Thanks, Alex.
In the bottom right, like if you're watching Greg's one, it doesn't have to be like full screen. It's just in the same view as everyone else. You have the tiny little like there's a mute button, there's the options button where you can turn up the volume of it. It's sort of.
No, it just
Right
it's not
click
playing.
it. Right click it.
Yeah, I'll try. We'll figure it out another time.
Yeah. Let's.
Maybe might be a limitation of browser Discord.
Yeah. I think it is actually. I think you can't screen share in browser.
Okay. Well, I don't want to get close. Should we just like?
You know what? Fuck it. I walk closer.
Birdie.
Why?
You currently can't move yourself, so how far into the room are you going?
Yeah, I can.
Oh, you can? Okay, great.
Yes, you fixed it. Yeah. Oh,
Nothing happens to you as you walk in, other than this room is air conditioned and the one that you were
I
in
walk
is.
with my hands up. Just be like, we just want to talk.
I feel like you missed the bit where they're using Joe as like the power source of their whole like situation.
I know.
So we're investigators. Sorry, no, we're just checking that everything's working fine around here. I'm not sure this one's going to work here.
There's not even a check involved. He's like, that's very clearly not the case.
Just I was hoping.
Yeah.
You know.
We don't actually want to fight you particularly. We just came to sort of rescue our friend.
Yeah. So like, can you not do that? The whole like using our friend as a power source thing. It's just really rude. Honestly.
And we actually kind of like him.
Yeah. Don't tell him I said that. But like.
Yeah.
Can you just not do that? Like, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna be so real with you right now. I'm getting closer to a microphone that doesn't exist.
Like, manifests a microphone and brings it closer.
Yeah, minor illusion. I don't give a shit about this war. Like, it sounds like
No, I
bad,
don't.
but like I just don't care. Like, we're not the saviors of the universe or anything. I don't care. We've been going through realities. No one's doing anything for us at any point. We just need to be helping other people, and I don't care if you win. I don't. I really. We just want our friend back. That's all it is. And find someone else. Like, I don't give a shit. I just don't care.
In fact, maybe we can do something for you if you just give us Joe back.
Yeah, how about that? We could just betray our entire this side. Like, it sounds bad, and like it probably makes me a bit of a bad person, but we're in a completely different reality. We're just we just want our friend to leave.
You're all going to do something for me. Your friend, being from another world as you are, makes him an incredible power source. So you're all going to be here.
This is going, huh?
That's just not very helpful.
You might not
Come
care
on,
about
dude.
the Star War. I do.
I had a strange feeling he was going to say that.
We
Okay,
just want our friend back. Please.
I want to cast Charm Person.
I'm going to at the same time. I'm just
On
gonna
on Luke.
No, on Purdy. Who do you think?
at the same time.
I think you need to be a lot closer, Simon.
I'm just going to start noodling the loot and casting counter charm. Just every 6 seconds as my action until the fight starts. I'm just going to be counter charming.
Oh, I didn't move myself.
So you cast Charm Person.
I need to be 30 feet away. How many?
And Alex is casting counter charm.
No, but counter charm's only working on us
Is
guys.
there.
Okay.
Counter charm is just for us. It means that we get advantage on saving.
Okay, in which case I won't. But
Charmed.
I'll, as we gradually, inevitably move closer, I will at some point cast Charm Person.
So you're holding
just-
action.
Yeah, hold the action.
Yeah.
But I'm doing counter charm. At the moment he says you'll do something for me, I'm just like, I'm just gonna start playing.
We're standing on a
What
line
song are you
like
playing?
we're playing Celeste or Magister thing.
What'd you say, Joe?
So what song are you playing?
Imperial March.
Isn't that going to empower him?
No, because he's the good guy. This is Luke Skywalker.
But he's the bad guy because he's.
Well, yeah, but the
he-
music presumably is the other way around.
Rears back a hand and gets into a ready stance. So he is about to do something. Let's roll initiative.
Okay.
I'm not gonna give him a surprise round because he's very clearly not.
Yeah.
No.
He made his intentions pretty clear. How much you want to bet he's about to cast Chain Lightning? Bet. I will bet any amount of money.
How much do you want to bet?
No, well, you can change it. I'm not betting with you. I'm not betting with you.
I know what he's doing, so. Okay, let's go Alex first.
24.
Wow.
Okay.
17.
Simon.
You got cut off.
12.
Initiative. 12. Hey,
10.
what's your dexterity?
Yes.
It's at
What?
the top of your sheet.
17.
17. Okay, so you go before Lady, and then Mark.
14.
Okay, so in readying this action, they are it's not ready in action, but being about to do something. They have given the game away, and you are all moving before they are. So Alex, your turn first.
You just hear a big sigh. I'm gonna take a few steps forwards.
Looks like
And
a
I'm
great
gonna
arena for a gargantuan T-Rex. I gotta be honest.
And I'm gonna turn into. I'm gonna use polymorph, and I'm gonna turn into a T-Rex. Except this time, when I transform, I turn into a Baliag, which for you guys and maybe for the mini it looks kind of like this, which is kind of T-Rexy, but almost more epic.
Yeah, okay.
So just the classic. Normally there's like the really epic like montage style, like the different parts of my body changing. This time it's just like a slow transformation as I'm just like raw. And yeah, I'm only 3.
You just get one of those.
You are that far away. Excellent. He casts a counterspell.
It's just rude. But it was a 4th level spell.
It was, so he does need to roll.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
what is his intelligence? Okay. So he needs to meet or beat a 14. And to beat that meat. He gets a 9. Therefore, does not go through.
Oh,
My
Nice.
tiny little, actually, I think this guy has bigger arms, but just these giant clawed fingers, just middle fingers up. Nice.
Very nice.
Is it just me that like the squares on the board are not aligning with like where?
No, they don't, unfortunately. I
that's
couldn't
fine.
get them to line up.
That's fine, as long as I know that they're not. That's
Yeah.
okay. Can I change the color of the actual grid, or is that? I mean, that might be a bit jarring actually. Whatever.
No, if I turn off the grid, then it stops snapping. And it's a massive amount.
Whatever.
Okay, that's your action?
It is. Do I have my bonuses?
you didn't have to snap so hard. What?
If I'm polymorphed, can I still do bardic inspiration?
That is an excellent question.
Or can I just say I do it in the inverse order if I can't?
Sure, you can start
Yeah, let's
singing.
say you did it first
Oh, yeah.
for now. We'll do a quick little retcon of that.
Then I'm going
Um,
to do
And then we'll
bardic
look up
inspiration
that is something you can do.
for as a return of what's probably about to come for Greg. You have a 1d10 bardic inspiration.
Ooh, baby, thank
You cannot do it as a T-Rex. The thing I'm thinking of where you can do it is if you wild shape.
Okay, that's fine. So I do it before.
Entirely replaces your statistics with polymorph. So yeah, so you
That'd be
just did it.
interesting. A druid bard. Interesting thought.
Well, it's when you're in wild shape, you can do the stuff
Yeah.
that you would be able to do.
A druid.
So commonly, I don't
Druid.
think you'd have to make an argument as to how you are inspiring people. I think the common thing is druid barbarian, so that you can
As
be a
if-
bear who rages.
That's
As if turning into a-
incredible.
As if turning into a T-Rex isn't inspiring enough.
Excuse me, I've
Just
turned into a
brilliant.
ballyak, not a
Changes to
T-Rex.
Jurassic Park. Do, 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 do.
I've turned into a ballyak, not a
Oh, yeah,
T-Rex.
that's not inspirational.
I don't know. I'm quite inspired.
I've seen it before.
With that, I'm going to stay where I am. I'm not going to run too far ahead of everybody else. So I think I'll just stay where I am, and that's my go.
Okay, Greg.
I mean, you know what's coming. We talked about it beforehand. I'm casting Enlarge on our ball yag friend.
Ballyag.
Ball gag.
Sure. Yep, our ball gag friend.
The middle fingers get bigger.
Yeah. So yeah, I can cast it within 30 feet. I'm also gonna move like there. Is that once he expands more? Wait, is that your expanded size or is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the expanded size, yeah.
I'll stand right there up against the wall. And that's my action. Forgot my bonus action.
We'll say,
What can they do?
because of how I've got my windows set up at the moment, Alex, your icon face is bigger than your face in Discord at the moment.
That's appropriate.
Wait, I can fix that one. Can I on this one?
There
Oh
you go.
God.
That actually kind of just puts them like the same.
Oh no!
Can I?
Please no, Alex. Alex, no.
Is it too late to change sides?
Alex, I have a very important question for you before I
Oh.
finish my turn.
Yeah.
Do you want to be on top of him?
I beg your pardon. In a manner of speaking.
I don't think so because I don't know what that
Hey, it's Mark Hamill. Who wouldn't?
I want to use my fireball, and if you go over there, I can't.
That's also true.
Okay, fine. Then I will tell
Say
Ellie.
no for now.
I will tell Ellie to lot
Yeah.
a flaming cat hairball. at-
Here's
at
a
Lincoln.
here's a question as well. If the T-Rex speed, because I'm obviously still using the T-Rex stats, is 50 feet, is being bigger going to increase that, or is it just the same?
It is the same.
Okay, that's
But
fine.
you have essentially gained an extra 5 feet because of your
Yeah, I
you are
guess,
5
yeah.
foot closer anyway.
All right. Ellie is taking a hairball attack, which has a range of 60 feet.
Just a matter of interest. Does our friend react to? Did he react to sort of the sudden appearance of a massive monster that got suddenly got?
He kind of does a dramatic emo sigh.
I sighed as I turned into the bag. You can't take this from me.
He does
so
like
that's
a villain, like
25 to hit with the hairball.
25 hits.
Thank God. D6 plus 4. That you take 8 fiery damage.
damn.
I'm also pretty sure that a bellyache is actually like so much bigger, but I don't care.
Yeah. It's a baby.
It's a T-Rex sized.
It's an adolescent.
Yeah, whatever it takes.
Just a lot of
Honey, I
hormones.
shrunk the bellyache.
A lot of hormones in this room right now with the moodiness.
Hmm.
All right, that's my turn.
Okay. That takes us to Mark.
One thing I may have missed when I was faffing, what did the bardic inspiration do?
Nothing
to
to
me.
you. It was for Greg.
That's fine. That's great. Okay, I wasn't sure. In which case, I will fire. And finally, I will fire. I fireball at him.
Yeah.
You will fireball.
Okay. Are you just
Immune to
centering it on him?
Do you have the range for that? What's the
yeah.
range of it?
150 feet.
Yeah, 5
And
has got a
it's-
ridiculous range.
Yeah,
It's
and
crazy.
it's a 20-foot sphere. So I'm going to try and get him and his throne.
Oh,
And
yeah,
it's a little- and it's a little dark,
we'll
too.
be able to do that.
And just in case the throne has anything to do with anything. I don't think he gets saved, does he?
Yeah, it's a deck save.
Oh yeah.
So
I love the idea that, like, if it doesn't have anything to do with anything, from his perspective, you just destroyed his furniture for no reason.
he fails.
Oh, you failed. Excellent.
Nice.
In that case, I would allow me to light your cigarette for you.
Well, he's not using any legendary resistances, and this scares me.
Yeah.
Just a slight smile. I saw that shit. I don't like this anymore.
Uh-oh. I want to go home.
So I rolled 3 ones in there. That's not good. So 30 points of damage.
30. Excellent. Let me just roll a little dice. here.
Stop rolling for Obi. Stop rolling for Obi.
He's not Obi. He's
Is that the end of your turn, Mark?
Say again?
I said, is that the end of your turn?
Yeah, I think so. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I don't know anything else.
I'm just going to go all in on Rowlathim's Psychic Lance,
Okay.
which is a 17 intelligence.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't.
I'm assuming that's a Luke. Intelligence.
No, do it at Obi. Do it at Obi.
I was gonna say, you assume that's at Luke. Who else would it be at?
But just today.
I love how every time Simon's just like, no, it's at 30.
24 to save.
Well, fuck him then. On a successful, it takes half as much damage. Okay, that's fine.
That's gonna come out from behind the throne like unlimited power.
Is it half rounding down or half rounding
No,
down?
Greg.
Not always rounding down.
Greg, come on. He's gonna come out from behind the chair like, hello there.
And then he'll go. Yeah.
How much did you say, sorry, Simon?
9 damage that he takes. Really glad I wasted 4th level spell slot to deal 9 fucking damage. Really pleased.
That's just how it goes sometimes.
Oh, I know.
Okay.
It happens every time.
Is that the end of your turn?
I have something for this.
Oh, actually, no. Hold on. I have a luck point.
You do. Luck doesn't work on an enemy saving throw, though.
Oh, I thought
An
it
enemy
did.
attack roll towards you, you can make them re-roll, but not
Oh, Fuck off.
Also, at least it's not as bad as that time that Alex
Yeah.
synaptic staticked himself and then was the only person to suffer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was pretty
yes.
good.
I mean, yeah, Alex using this after T-Rex Gate. A little bit.
Okay, is that the end of your turn?
am going to move my here-ish.
30.
I am going to summon my draconic
Oh,
spirit.
I also didn't roll wild magic again.
Oh yes, roll that for me.
15, we're fine. Cool.
Summon that draconic
Wild
spirit.
magic.
Do it.
I need to give you an icon for a dragon, don't I? Let me just
It's an
sign
amethyst
that in.
crystal dragon, isn't it?
Does the How to Train Your Dragon music start playing?
Yeah.
I don't know what the music is.
Me either.
It's all over TikTok.
don't know what it
You should be able to move that around to where you want it to be, Cody. That should also be the right size, I
Yeah.
think.
I think it is. Yeah, they're just there in
Cool.
the spare space.
And then, are you tracking its health?
I will
I
do.
can put it on the icon and track it that way. I was just
Yeah.
What should it start with?
50?
Yeah, cool. Okay. Anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay, and then are you commanding the spirit to do anything?
I hadn't
Launch?
thought that far.
Launch is probably a good one.
What?
Launch?
Munch.
I can't hear you for some reason.
Munch.
Let me turn...
Munch.
Munch.
In American.
Yeah,
Nom.
yeah.
One in-
Head
Nom nom nom
towards,
nom 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 nom.
towards Luke.
How far?
The dragon appears and makes a mighty roar.
Oh, safe.
No. No.
What did you say, 50?
30 feet.
30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 30.
Yeah, they can stay there for now. Oh, wait. Can... Oh,
They
It
have a
needs to
breath
actually
attack?
actually just then can't do anything else on the turn.
Do they not have a breath attack?
That's what I'm looking at. Yeah. Yeah. 30-foot cone. So that'd get Luke, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah, super game.
Each creature in the area must make a dexterity saving throw.
Including Obi.
Dex save. Okay.
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
That is a natural 20. So he saves.
Rude.
Yeah, stuff.
Wait, I have a sound for this as well.
How much damage does he take, Lady?
So this is where I'm a bit confused. A creature takes 2d6 damage of a type this dragon has resistance to. Your choice on a failed save.
Because you're supposed to select what type of dragon it is.
Yeah.
Like what kind of damage
It's an
it does.
amethyst dragon.
So amethyst,
I don't know
I think, is force.
I'll look it up quickly.
So they take half damage on a failed save, or
They are
Yeah.
resistant to force and psychic damage resistances.
So you can do either or.
Do 4.
okay. So roll me 2d6 damage then, and then half it, or 2d6 is the halved.
Well, certainly it should be vibe
3.
damage.
Yes, it'll be 5 damage.
Oh my
Okay.
god.
3.
Amazing.
5 damage. Cool.
It's a shame that you said it, Greg. Otherwise, you got some more money.
Yeah. Purdy, also just note that you also have resistance to force and psychic damage right now. Oh no, one of them.
Okay.
Force or psychic damage.
4, so I've gone 4.
5.
It would do the same with the thing. Okay, so end of your turn is the end of the dragon's turn. Okay, it is Luke's turn. He says, "For the glory of the Republican domain, my dark master." And then I need to get up a little icon.
Hi, Purdy. Oh wait.
Huh?
Ignore that is a beholder zombie. I'm just using it as a placeholder so I can do the
Jeff Bezos.
this
What?
is.
Jeff Bezos.
Cool. So, so he's pretty comfortably there, going to fireball all of you.
Cool. I am not half in that, so
Except
that's not going to
for
affect
Greg.
me.
That's so
This
silly.
is the thing that we covered last time, do you remember? So it was as long as you are in it for more than over half of a square.
I don't think that's the decision. I think it's
So,
I'm not affected.
Could I please have a dex save from everyone except Gerg?
And Ellie.
Yeah.
Come on.
I
I get
know,
a
I-
plus 0
I'm
on
just
this.
assuming that Ellie is resistant to or immune to
Wait,
fire.
what was the roll?
Yeah.
A dex save.
Oh, I've definitely saved that one. It is a 10.
Wow.
Fails.
Ellie's also immune to charmed, frightened, grappled, prone, or restrained.
Wow.
It's going to be hard to restrain literal fire.
And a cat. It's also hard to restrain a cat.
Yeah, that's
One
probably
of-
harder, to be honest. I think I'd
Yeah.
prefer to try and restrain fire.
One of us rolled a 6.
Who?
I don't know.
It wasn't me.
It was me. I rolled a 6.
Basically, who rolled a 15 or higher?
Purdy's not
Nope.
here, so we don't know.
Don't all speak at once. Do you want to roll for Purdy?
Sure.
I'm afraid I was itching at that point. So
I'll roll for Purdy, but I
do
also don't know what her dex save is.
I need to roll? I wasn't listening. I was
Sure,
distracted.
we'll wait for it to get back.
Yes, Mark.
Did any of you roll a 15 or higher?
No.
What am I rolling?
Dex save!
What? Speak up.
Dex.
What? Dex save.
I think
That
Purdy
would be
passes
a-
if we use my roll. I rolled a 14.
I rolled a 21.
21. Okay, Mark, you take half damage. Everyone else takes full damage.
Which
So
is
25 fire
700.
damage to everyone, and then we'll see if they fail when they get back.
Wait, how
and
much?
then half to you, Mark. 25.
Wow,
Then
fuck.
half to you,
Oh.
Mark.
13.
12 fire damage.
I just dealt
So-
9 damage.
We'll have walked up, because I don't know which one it is, to the thing. So I need concentration checks while this is happening from you, Alex. And due to Luke's war magic, when they cast a spell, they can make one weapon attack as a bonus action. So they are going to. Their lightsaber does come out without the kind of sparks and fizzling. And
forget
they
how
are going
con- I
to
always forget
make a
how
longsword
concentration
attack
works.
against the dragon.
I always forget how
Unless
it's
you-
half the damage, right, for concentration? so
Half
it'd be
or
12.
10, whatever's higher.
Yes, but it was 25, so it'll be half of that, so 12.
Purdy, you take 12 fire damage.
I rolled a 17.
17. Cool. You succeed. You maintain concentration. Eddie, can you take the 12 fire damage, please? And
Yep.
can you then make me a concentration check? So a Constitution saving throw.
18.
18. So that passes. So your dragon does not disappear, but does take a combined 22 damage
How much?
What?
from this attack.
We didn't hear how much.
Yeah, you're cutting out.
Sorry, he takes 20. Your dragon takes 22 damage as he uses his bonus action to make an attack, because that's something he can do after he casts a spell.
Hate that.
22 on
So it
that.
takes 22 damage. How do I...
I'm tracking that on here. I'll let you know. When
Okay,
it's
fine. Fine! Thanks for doing it.
So after his turn, funnily enough, there is another voice that rings out.
Does it... Oh, go on.
Do it.
Everyone
Oh,
stay
yeah.
quiet. We all want to do the meme.
It does not say
Well,
hello
no.
there. Instead, says its own name and then continues talking.
Let me
Goes,
get it. Says,
"Oh,
Avad.
behave!"
Oh my god.
As fingers snap and the lights in the room turn disco.
Do you have any musical elements, Greg?
What?
Groovy,
Do you have,
groovy swinging tunes begin to play.
No.
do you
not,
have groovy swinging tunes? I don't think we do.
not for this very specific situation.
As as Obi.
Can we play like the Joy playlist or something?
So I need a 30-foot square. Bear with. So that is 1, 2, 3. Shit, actually, this isn't.
No, it's not perfect, but it works.
But I don't know. It's not lining up. It's not lined up with the tiles, is it? So I need to do it on the token that I set up for this. So it is a.
This is Sims music.
It really is.
Oggle boogle doggle feegle day.
It's also
So as we'll do it the same way. So as these flashing lights begin to appear, and a man in a kind of almost velvet-looking suit appears
Hate
in
it.
the corner of the room. A man who makes a mockery of everything that James Pond stands for, as he told you, casts hypnotic pattern, and the invisibility on him fades. So I need a wisdom save, I think. If I'm looking at the right thing. A wisdom saving throw from everyone except Greg again, please.
Is this,
Like,
if I
remember
fail
to use
this,
the
which I probably will,
T-Rexes.
this is going to be another one of those fights where I try so hard and I just don't get to do anything the entire fight.
2 spellcasters, baby.
You mean, I mean, the.
Oh, look, I got
it
a
won't
I got an
even
8.
matter.
Good. I'll come back in an hour or so once, you know.
It's okay, you're a really big meat shield for now. I'm sure I'm getting
Apparently.
some kind of cover from you. From Anne, at least. Or not, but Luke. Yes.
Eddie, what did you get?
me.
Yeah.
14.
14. You fail. You also. Mark.
I got a dirty 20.
20. That would succeed. And Simon.
I got a 16.
16. I need to check. The DC, unfortunately, is slightly higher. So you also
So,
are charmed. If any of you have, this is a charm effect. So if any of you have like advantage on charms, don't forget to roll that.
Not a satyr.
Simon, you also have, if you remember, a luck point to use at some point. So
I do.
those of you who are currently charmed, you are incapacitated and have a speed of 0. That means Purdy and Alex, your concentration is broken because you're incapacitated.
Oh,
Your forms
damn it.
fade.
Yay.
But Alex is still enlarged, right?
I love when you.
Yes, you would still be enlarged actually.
Yeah, just giant Alex.
I'm just not allowed to do the things I want in these fights. Like, every single
No.
one of these fights, I have the thing that's just like, nah.
I have to
But I
try and
love
tell
how-
you guys. This is the final fight. It can't just be a walk.
I know, I want to be a big T-Rex that fights things. Why will you not let this happen?
Well, you're 50%. You're 50% now.
So that is.
Yeah, just like put your arms in your top and start walking around like that.
Because what I'll do is I'll cast a spell that they definitely save from instead, so, you know.
I have an apology to make.
Huh.
I had forgotten something. I need all of you to make that throw with disadvantage.
Oh.
Oh, I found
No,
it anyway, so
no.
do I have to make it
Yeah,
with disadvantage?
you'll fail.
You have already failed, so it doesn't matter. So I need just Mark to make that.
Roll again to
if
see
if it's lower.
Yeah, it would have been better.
Okay, that's wisdom and boop. 16.
Yeah, that's
16
it.
fails.
Yeah.
You also are charmed. Your movement
Well,
speed is
it was
0.
good.
You are incapacitated.
To be fair, if we all die, that does mean this, you know, the mini campaign does end this this
Well,
session. So
Yeah, that's true. I hadn't thought about that.
So that means everybody except Greg is charmed now, yeah?
Yeah.
So that is the end of Obi Have's turn.
Wait, how much damage did we take, or any?
You didn't take any damage.
We're not,
there.
we're just charmed.
Let's jump.
We're just charmed.
So
So any
your speed is
concentration is
0,
gone.
and you're incapacitated. So basically, at the end of your turns, I think.
we can't take actions or
No,
reactions.
there is not a thing at the end of the turn. You have fought this spell before though, against Frankenstein, so you would know that you can wake someone up from it by either using an action to shake them awake, or if they take any damage. So Greg could like set you all on fire and wake you up.
Oh, fun.
So Alex, your turn goes past. Gazing in the pretty lights. His mojo is in full flow.
I'm sorry.
And very large.
And incredibly large. An enormous mojo. Pumped up, you might say.
Okay.
So, Greg.
I really thought you said Ms. Mojo.
Your turn,
I'm
Greg.
Mojo Jojo up in this.
It most certainly is my turn, isn't it?
Yes. Do.
God damn it. I mean, I'm not going to be able to get Simon. Simon's too far out from everybody, and I don't
Can
have
you
anything
do-
that hits quite
Rude.
that far.
Can you do low level? Are you thinking of doing low level damage to everyone?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but the problem is, I pick things that do a lot of damage.
Can you choose
You
to
can't
do less
even, like-
damage?
Can you? Do you not have any cantrips that might do less damage?
I'd only be able to hit one person, and at that point, I might as well just choose one person to wake up.
There are two of you, effectively, though, Greg. For this.
Yeah.
It's you and
Yeah.
Ellie.
Okay. Hold on a second.
Or, as it might be partially mirrored in a previous boss fight, you and Greg too.
Correct. Okay, and then. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I have to get very creative here. No.
At least the damage that I took before wasn't to my health, and it was to the T-Rex's health.
Mhm.
That's the only silver lining I have on this entire situation, is that I haven't actually.
That's a pretty
lost
good
any.
silver lining. That was almost half your health.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
No, it was over half my health.
There you go.
Yeah.
Having a 4th level spell slot to negate over half your health of damage seems pretty good to me.
Yeah, but still.
I'm sorry for what's about to happen, guys.
Oh, you know.
Yes, I really am.
Are you going to ruin our party? We'll have a nice dance.
Yeah, well, yes, I am. This is the. I could do that. It's technically less. How many do I get? Yeah, I get. All right.
So it's going to be good news is we're no longer charmed. Bad news is we're dead.
So they're incapacitated, right?
Yes.
Does that mean I get advantage on attack rolls?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
I don't like the sound of this.
Sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. All right. Ellie is going to move. 5. I think that was 5. 10, 15, 20. Wait, that was 20, 25, 30.
If in doubt, you can use the arrow keys and it moves you 1 square.
That's cool.
No.
You've got to have the
Oh,
icon
there we
selected,
go.
though.
There we go. Okay. From there, I'm going to cast a second level. No, not a second level. A 3rd level Scorching Ray, and fire it at all 4 of my friends here.
La, 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 la. And the music is going
All of my friends.
I was going to Burning Hands the group of you here, but that does 3d6 rather than 2d6.
Okay, so who you rolling to hit first?
Alex is closest. Sorry, bud.
You're doing 1 to each of them, yeah?
Yeah, 1 each. Okay, that's a lot to hit. 24 to hit Alex.
Yeah.
I love this.
Are you proud of yourself?
Character and he's attacking you
I'm
guys.
just trying to work out if I had to do a small amount of damage to everybody.
Stop rolling well.
can I
Alex,
do?
take 9 fire damage.
Ow, that's a quarter of my health.
And then Purdy, another 24 to hit you.
Yep.
Take 7 fire damage.
7.
Yeah.
Not
Mark,
too bad.
8 and 8, so 16 to hit you.
Yeah, that hits.
6 fire damage.
I don't mind that. That's not too bad.
Why do they all get the low damage?
Yeah,
They
of
all
course.
health.
Alex, I think this game has something against you.
I have a quick question before you roll for Simon.
Yeah,
You're not rolling for me. I thought you didn't hit. You won't hit me.
I'd cast 4
I
of
think-
them. So.
So he's made it so that he can hit you.
Yeah.
You currently, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, are immune to fire, no?
I'm
Resistant.
resistant to fire. I'm resistant
Resistant
to
to
cold.
fire.
I'm resistant to cold, not fire.
Okay, cool. I was gonna say, like...
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
It was
that
a
would be
15 to hit.
Yeah, that doesn't make.
Okay. And you take 7 fire damage.
Yep, I took the most damage. It's just, it's just the way it has to be. It's just the way it has to be.
But you
From
guys
now on, if
are
anybody
no
says
longer-
why, if anyone ever asks why are you the DM all the time, this is going to be my answer. Because I'm just not allowed to not be a DM.
It's very
Just
fair.
because it's
I know
for your enemies that will be fighting in T3.
Yeah, I now understand what Forever DM means. I thought it was a choice that people are, or like not a choice, but I thought Forever DM was like, oh, I will take on that mantle. It's a curse. It's actually a curse, whether you want it to or not.
For my bonus action, I'm going to cast a 2nd level healing word on Al.
Okay.
Thanks.
That is 8 back.
Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty
Yeah.
good.
How bad are you looking, Alex?
Oh, after the healing, it's fine. I've only lost 1 HP.
Oh, it looks awful, but that's just normal.
It looks
Yeah.
pretty frail in D&D terms, just always.
That's everything, and because I didn't demand an action out of Ellie, I just cast my spell through her. She's taking the dodge action by default.
Okay. Mark, your turn.
Welcome back, everyone. Sorry.
It's okay.
That's fine. I am just debating. I can't do that anyway because you're too far away. Okay. I was thinking of enhancing abilities and things. What I can do is I can help Alex a little bit. Are your hit points a bit low then?
No, we've had
He's
this is
only
the
one
second
down.
time for this conversation. It's fine now.
It's fine.
Well,
I
he
can-
healed.
Yeah. I can give you some temporary, but they're only going to give about 6 or 8 temporary hit points.
Dead slate.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. What?
I only have like 43 health max, so like 6 to 8 temporary hit points is, it's not good.
I can, or I can.
It's your choice. I'm gonna force it. I'm probably gonna turn into a T-Rex again anyway, so or
Well, that's what I'm
a
thinking.
Balearic again anyway.
Counterspell.
We'd probably do better.
You're
if I could-
probably. I'm expecting that. I'm not getting my hopes up because
Pocket sand.
I presume Hold Monster won't work on these guys. They're not
not
monsters.
All monster works
Well.
on everything.
Yeah.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, it's any monsters and humanoids because it's such a
Oh.
high level
Which,
spell.
in which case, it's just a shame I don't have any 5th level spell slots left. If I could do that, but I don't. So think about that.
Joe,
I
you
would
got a
be-
great evil ass.
So, this is supposed to be our last episode of this campaign.
Yes, we have just under an hour to get through this.
Yeah, because
In
it's
that case-
fight, we will get through it about halfway through next week's episode.
Yeah.
You're not
No,
wrong.
let's
I am
all
going
be
to,
efficient. Let's go.
Let's all know what
okay.
we're about to do.
Um, Through the mental link, I'm going to ask. I'm going to fireball. Which of the two is going to be the one that's better to fireball?
What?
What?
I'm going to fireball. Which one do you think is more of a threat? Which one should I fireball?
Oh, I see. You're asking us.
Let's all.
I thought
We've
you were
already
saying I
done
will-
some damage to Luke, so let's focus him first.
Yeah, I was gonna
Okay.
say get rid of one before the other. Might as well.
Then Luke it is. I shall not exactly centric. Because if I centric 5, 10, 50, it'll hit the cat. So I won't do that. It'll be sort of slightly off center.
Can hit
You can
both.
hit the cat. She's immune to fire damage.
Oh.
Is she?
You can hit both of them with that.
Can I?
Ooh, baby.
Oh, in that case, that's what I'll do.
That's 20
Hell
foot.
yeah.
I would on my turn next use Charm Monster, but I know they'll save from it.
But I'll go for the old. Let's smack him in the face with a bit of fire then. Only 4th level this time, so not quite as much damage. But
What's your spell DC?
I'll tell you as soon as all the dice go away. 20
Actually,
point.
Alex, they're Jedi. They're probably immune
Dex
to charm.
16.
Hmm.
Dex
Oh,
16.
yeah.
They'll probably have advantage. I don't know if they'll be immune. I don't know.
X. Okay, so Luke fails,
Good.
and
Teach him.
Obi.
Booby?
Hooby dooby.
Poopy.
Ubisoft.
Scooby Dooby Doo. Coming after you.
Is
Obi
Ubisoft behind all of this?
has evasion and therefore takes half.
Fair enough. It was
Fuck.
20. What did I say? It was 28 points. 28 points.
Are these arcane tricks?
Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
it's
28
an
points.
trickster, yes.
Hell yeah.
So 28 damage to
You don't
Luke.
get a lot of spell slots then.
And
And
14 to Obi.
14 to Obi.
These guys
Obi.
have their own character sheets, don't they? Again, you madman.
One of them does. The other one I'm using a stat block or something.
Okay.
I did think about making a full stat block for Luke of a Cyanite, but I just thought, I'm never gonna. It's got so much stuff it can do. I'm never gonna get through using all of it. I'll just spend ages figuring out what I want to do. So I was just like, I'm just gonna use this.
Mm-hmm.
Fair.
I always use like standard beasts just because they're simpler to read and quicker to use when you've got a few people like.
Right. Anything else on your 10 mark?
I was probably going to move my little friend a bit closer. I might as well. I mean, it does. There's no point because the only thing I do is from distance anyway. No, I'll leave it there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Simon.
Is it me? Sorry.
Yes.
Oh, actually, no. Sorry.
Oh,
sorry take it
you
back.
keep
I
kind
am
of
going
cutting out at the start of when you say words.
I get to move my wand over here. My wand, my book.
Did you say I'm cutting out at the start of stuff again?
It's
Yeah.
when you
Yeah.
quickly say it, the names. It's like D.
I heard. Yeah.
I will start
Hey.
saying at the start of every sentence then, but Simon, it's your turn.
You should start. Just start every sentence with "oh."
Just say the name twice. Simon.
Simon. Yeah, I'm going to cast a vitriolic sphere, which is a 20-foot radius sphere, so it should hit both of them.
It's the same as.
Do it.
this.
You would.
Do it.
Okie dokie. What do I need to do?
Dex 17 saving.
I'll do Luke first and then Obi again. Is
They are arcane
this,
tricksters, which does mean that I'm a little bit concerned, but it's fine.
is this something that maintains, or is it just a one-turn thing?
Just a one-turn. Well, it's a two-turn thing, assuming that it's successful.
Okay, cool. I'll leave the token there then. Right, Luke. Wait, what save did you say?
Dex 17.
X. Okay, Luke passes barely with
Oh.
19. And Dex for Obi is a 22, so they take no damage with.
No, they do take damage. They just don't take all the damage. Jeez.
Evasion means that if you pass a Dex save that where you'd ordinarily take half, you take no damage.
Oh, fuck off. Really?
Yeah.
Rogues and monks, mate.
That's gross. Great. Now I've spent 2 4th-level spell slots, and I've dealt
That's
9
what
damage in total.
It's just what it's like to be a spellcaster. Sometimes you hit big, sometimes you do shit all.
When do I hit big?
So I have to make them challenging enough for two people versus what 5 of you with summons.
Yeah, but like 2 of us are only half present, so it's more like 1.
I don't get to do anything either, so you know, it's really just
Really?
you versus Greg.
You'll be a big hairy monster thingy again in no time.
Harry.
Well, scaly.
We haven't delved
No,
into the anatomy of the
He's
bio.
just no. He was just talking about middle age.
But what happens to Luke, who is looking pretty wounded, by the way?
People middle aged are not very hairy.
Yeah.
They tend to be
Oh.
quite balding.
Or they
Oh,
tend to
no.
be in areas that are not the head.
True.
Simon, what happens to Luke? So he passed his save. What happens?
Oh, he does get it. Okay, cool. In which case, he takes 10 damage. Yay. I've dealt 19 damage with 2 4th level spell slots.
It ain't bad.
Luke is looking pretty rough though.
Yeah.
Wait, just to clarify, that popped up on my screen and said 20. Have you just halved that because of the...
Yeah, because he. Yeah.
End of your turn?
Yeah.
Okay, it's Purdy then. What's that?
What's this thing in between Luke and the other thing?
This is just a marker for the 20-foot radius that Simon was doing. So
It doesn't actually exist.
Okay.
None of this actually exists, though.
I will cast Cool Lightning then.
Cool.
Cool lightning.
Oh.
It's
Purdy's
cool,
going to be
man.
the one to go, unlimited power!
How big does the room need to be, Purdy, for Cool Lightning? 100 foot by 100 foot, basically, in here. And quite high.
So pretty much the entire
I did
room
just
is
read it somewhere.
It's something to do with hundreds, but I don't know what the exact
If the
time
spell fails if you can't see a point in the air where the storm cloud could appear. For example, if you're in a room that can't accommodate the cloud.
But it should say before that how big the cloud is.
It appears in the shape of a
The
cylinder
cloud
that's
appears
10
in a
feet tall.
cylinder. Yeah.
I didn't catch that, sorry.
It appears in a cylinder of that is 10 feet tall with a 60-foot radius.
60-foot radius, meaning it's 120 foot. Fuck it. It's a cool spell. We'll say the room is a little bit larger.
Yeah.
If everyone is happy for me to do that.
Yeah,
It's
absolutely.
It's 120 feet. Look at that. It's
Yeah.
perfectly hidden. It's fine.
And I'm sure the ceiling's pretty tall as well, right?
Actually, these squares and our grid are not lining up, so it probably is more in the in the thing of 120. So cool. Okay, so an enormous storm cloud starts forming. But it literally it acts like a second ceiling, kind of. So the lights, the kind of disco lights, are starting to be diffused through this kind of dark storm cloud. And it's more now. It's gone from like bright disco to like edgy rave.
So did the music.
So, what then, Purdy? I
get
believe
the
someone's
eyeliner.
about to be fried.
Yeah, so I can call down.
Yeah. Call that down.
Yeah, I choose a point
Spell.
to be under the cloud, and a bottle of lightning flashes down, and everything in 5-foot radius. Did it say? Yeah. Must
Dexterity.
make a dexterity throw. So I'll call it down next to Luke.
Okay, so he's going to make a dex save. I really wish that I had buffed his his dex. I did get a nat 20 though, so he does save, so he'll take half damage.
Also,
Okay.
It's like 3d10 or something, right?
Yeah.
retroactive flavor because that's all the joy that I'm getting out of this character. Whenever my spells fail, it's just the Windows error sound.
The little clip he shows up is, I see you're having trouble.
No, it does not. That does not happen.
Looks like you're trying to defeat an enemy. Would you like me to help you? No. Wait.
12 damage.
Wait,
That
I have
halved
the
or the
sound.
total?
Yeah, halved.
12 is
Of course you
halved.
do.
That's the one.
Okay, end of your turn?
Yes.
Okay. So, is Luke's turn. So, his movement speed is...
Don't you dare.
Hmm?
You leave that cat alone.
No touch cat.
Just need to...
He's a monster, but he's not that much of a monster, surely.
I don't know. We'll see.
If he is, then we're going to be happy killing him.
I'm gonna go completely overboard if he touches Ellie.
Ooh.
okay. So... Me... Yes.
I like this song.
So, Luke is going to run towards you guys to about there.
Good.
He's then going to jump, i.e. Misty Step, to...
But it's a forced jump, right? Just...
I want to say here. Yeah, so it's like, whoo, cartoon. He is then going to, and I believe I positioned this correctly, he is then going to mechanically cast Thunder Wave, but in flavour, it's going to force push Alex, Erdy, and Mark backwards. So I need the three of you to make con saves.
That's
Yay!
Yeah. Would that affect my?
I rolled a 2.
My little ghost.
Your mind thing is like immaterial, I think. I don't think.
I don't think it can be affected by.
Targeted.
No, I thought not to.
I
Okay,
thought it
con
was that.
save. Okay, here we go.
I'm saying indeed.
Should I use my real dice or should I use my rolling on the
Alex,
screen?
stop failing.
Here we go. It's a natural 20, 22.
Wait,
I
Alex,
got
does
it.
it? I wonder, does enlarge affect your con? No, I don't think so. It affects your strength.
It's not going to make much of a difference because I rolled a 2.
Well, no, it could have.
One.
It could have given you advantage as well.
Erdy, what's you then?
14.
14. Okay, so Purdy and Alex, you are both pushed back 10 feet. So if you want to move yourselves 10 feet away from your line with Luke, and you take 8 thunder damage. Mark, you are not pushed back, and you take 4.
You see, all these donuts I've eaten over the years give me that extra
You have the
strength.
You have the ruler active. Pretty click the mouse icon.
Yeah,
on the
no.
top
If
left.
I'm pushed back, am I going this way?
So be on the diagonal.
1 down, 1 right.
No.
Perfect. Okay, that then makes it Purdy's
See,
turn.
I don't really want to be right next to you.
Obi is going to...
If I do a fireball now, it's going to get everybody, isn't it?
Right, I haven't got anyone who
It's
is
bad
currently
game.
incapacitated or anything at the moment. Section. Okay. That is something I will save for later. So Obi is going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 there. Is going to take a bonus action to steady aim and then Western style play pistol out from his side and crossbow and fire an attack at Alex with advantage. Because steady aim is fun.
Wait,
Alex, we can't
Oh,
do that shit.
I know. I need to off camera, but I know the. Don't tell me. I'm gonna have to take my headphones off for a second. So just.
okay. This is really, really bad. So Alex said he's taking off his headphones, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna. Oh fuck. Oh dear.
Headphones are back on.
Alex, you can hear me?
Oh, yeah, I'm dead, right? Mm-hmm.
You might be.
I think you may be dead.
How much is it?
So it's a nat 20 plus
Okay.
10.
Yep, there it is.
30
Because
to
why wouldn't
hit.
it be?
He's a rogue.
Yep.
So he has a sneak attack.
Mm-hmm.
So what's 8 times 6?
48.
48?
Mm-hmm.
I said 48.
What's your max health, Alex?
43.
You're dead.
Well. Hang on,
wait,
I've got 34 health normal. I got 34
Full health.
currently.
Oh yeah. So you have to then take your full health again. Okay, sorry. So you are down.
I thought it was half.
Yeah, so
I thought it was half
I'm
your
pretty
full
sure it is
health.
half.
Can I use
I'm
luck?
pretty sure it is
Is that a
half,
thing?
but it's still not half.
it's not
'cause
against you, Simon.
So it's
No, your half
48
is
damage.
It's 51, so you aren't dead.
Yeah.
I've still got to roll. I've still got to roll the damage. That's just the sneak attack damage. Is 8.
Oh.
Fuck off.
Ooh.
I
Well, so-
think that that's why I think that it is. It's got to do your full negative damage in one.
thought it was.
to full kill you.
Let's say that's the case.
I think that's how I have always played it. We can check it and I wasn't expecting it to come up, to be honest. I'll start rolling the actual damage as well.
Google it.
8 plus.
Okay, if the damage equals or exceeds your hit point maximum, you suffer instant death.
Oh, so just in one, it's not.
No, it's
The
okay.
amount
When the
that
damage
they'll
reduces you
help
to
you
0 and
and
there's
you-
damage remaining, you die if the remaining equals your hit point maximum. Yeah, so
Oh.
it has to be to 0 and then your maximum again.
Okay, so we've got 48 plus. So that would be 52, 57, including all modifiers and that. Is the max damage stuff. Then the dice weapon damage from sneak attack is 26 on top of that. So 57 plus 26 is 85
Is that how much damage I take? 85?
plus 86.
Alex is dead outright.
Plus what? 86 or 86?
Yeah, was that AD6?
89.
Okay, so
89.
89 minus what I currently have. Yep, see you all later.
Dead. Dead.
Hey, I want to be
Oh
dead.
shit.
You killed Alex.
Oh damn. I hadn't expected
What?
any of
No
you to
more
like,
D&D?
die.
Does anyone want to
Okay,
tell
well,
them that I
I-
have Revivify?
I mean, and then we
I
all...
hope one of you prepared Revivify.
Mine's always prepared.
Okay, so an enormous corpse hits the floor.
Does it not
Alex-
transform back?
No, it's not his concentration, it's Greg's concentration.
Did it
So Alex
cancel
hits the floor.
concentration on your corpse, friend?
It's then his turn. It's then Greg's turn.
I'll cast Revivify.
Okay. Is that range or you gotta go up to him?
I gotta go up to
Alex Gregg is casting Revivify, just so you know.
Oh, it's fine. I was hoping and expecting, but it's just this is classic, right? The whole I'm not allowed to do anything is.
Then you get killed.
I genuinely was
Like, I'm
not
actually
expecting
just
any
dead.
of you to die in this
Why?
fight.
Have you seen me? Have you seen how me playing D&D work? If I'm not the DM, I'm just not allowed. This is actually a curse.
I will say, in my defense, makes a negative constitution character.
Yeah.
I mean, true, but like even so, like I'm on minus 56 health right now. What's the rest of yours health? Everyone just do a little call out of health right now.
73.
I'm on
54.
I'm on
40.
40. Oh, I'm on 40 as well.
Like it's not like we're having a bad fight. I have minus 56 health.
Well, that was a fairly. I mean, I thought I was doing quite well with a couple of like 30-odd hit point attacks. And that was 87 in one attack.
And I've done
87.
nothing. I haven't just like not really had much of it. I've done nothing. I turned
I'm-
into I polymorphed, then got immediately turned back. It skipped over my turn, and then I died.
If it makes you feel any better, I'm also
So,
I'm also not able to do anything because I keep having to save you.
like it's not even like a meme at this point. It's just I'm not allowed to play. I could have not been here for this fight, and nothing would have changed.
As I'm
You're
cast,
back at 1 HP.
yeah, as I'm casting Revivify on Alex, I'm also going to use a bonus action to cast Guardian of Nature on myself, which will mean Alex shrinks back down to a normal human size, or at least whatever Alex's normal size is. And sorry.
Just wait, okay? All in the
Down.
It was a tall joke, okay?
Shoving it in.
It was a tall joke. Well, you always get the short joke, so now you get a tall joke. I get 10 temporary HP from my Great Tree transformation. I have Constitution saving throws with advantage, which I already did. Oh, for
Greg turns
Constitution.
into an aesthetically pleasing tree.
Yeah.
I just
Oh,
Great
revivify.
tree.
I revivify, wake up, and I'm just sitting there.
My skin becomes barky, and then leaves sprout from my hair, and I, get a bunch of cool things. Also, while I'm on the ground, within 15 feet,
Look at Alex's face.
Within 15 feet of me, my enemies have difficult terrain.
Okay. Let me do a
Oh,
little
dear.
thing around you.
Wait. Does that mean that you have the high ground?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was trying to do that joke, and then you took it away from me.
Oh, you weren't doing it.
That's because I'm not within range of any of them yet.
Oh, dear.
That's 15 foot around you.
Thank you.
Okay.
And Ellie's dodging.
The circle, isn't it?
I like that, of course, this whole thing, like, it skips my turn another time because I was
Yeah.
dead. But it was just before my turn was about to happen as well, so...
I get the sense that you might be feeling slightly bitter, Alex.
It's more just I want to do something. If I had already done damage in this fight, it would be less bitter.
I have a question, just so I can maybe paraphrase this. Alex, are you saying, from my point of view, the DM is evil?
I think what I'm saying is be real fucking careful in C3 what you do with your character.
It's
Speaking
the heart
of-
the cards,
You
Alex.
trip over a pebble, you're gonna break your neck.
We need to try to finish this combat if we're going to have C3 within the...
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Mark,
I'm trying to help!
Okay, so my turn. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cast. Ooh,
Dio?
I'm going to cast. Ooh, and I'm just looking at my sheet and not the so I can see. Is that a 20? Can you put a 20-foot? 20-foot round Obi. Actually, no, forget it because it'll both be round. So I'm going to cast a thing I forgot the name of already. Sickening Radiance,
okay, yeah.
which is going to enclose only Obi. So it'll be 20 foot, but it'll be sort of behind him. So
Only one.
there can be only one. Which
Only one behave.
yes, only one here. It takes effect when it's the start of his turn, or he has to do a save at the start of his turn.
Yeah. I
Oh.
love Sickening Radiance as a spell. It's awesome.
Also, I just
Alright,
want to
yeah,
note...
What it means if he goes invisible again, he can't. If he fails, and he goes invisible, we can still see where he is. Which I thought might.
Are you
be
happy with that positioning?
I am not on that sheet, so I'll have a look. Yeah, that's fine.
Just because it's something that sticks around, so I want to make sure you're happy with it.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that's fine.
Anything else?
No, kind of. There's nothing else I can do. So that's that.
When I walked into his range with my difficult terrain, I did go, I have the high ground, Obi!
Done the joke already. You're late.
Yeah, but now I'm actually within the range rather than just saying it from generating the effect. Joke thief.
What do, Simon?
I mean, what do? Probably approximately 4 damage, but we'll see.
Lucas is still there.
I'm
We're trying to prepare for this round because we're trying to get snappy, right?
Yeah. I'll cast Bigby's hand,
Okay, nice.
and it'll be the
There you
clenched
go.
fist one. But I actually have to roll for this one. That's fine.
You-
Almost all of the spells that I've chosen are saving throws for the other characters, but right. So
Just everybody saving all the time is why I try to not do just saving throw spells.
is it that? Wait, is it just the normal modifier?
It's your spell
no, it's
attack.
like +8, I think.
Huh?
Spell attack.
Oh, it's a spell attack. Okay,
Yeah,
that's
so
fine.
your spell attack.
23 to hit.
That definitely hits. I have made it so you can move the hand around for you.
Thank you.
Big B hand.
23, yeah, definitely hits. So roll your vibe damage.
Fuck off.
I love it so much.
21.
21. How would you like to smack the shit out of Lucas Groundstrider?
Was that a death thing or?
Yeah, he's dead. He's down.
He's
Woo.
dead, okay.
It's just it's gonna be a giant mouse hand, like the computer.
What,
button.
just flatten him? Tom and Jerry.
Yeah, and then he'll just like kind of explode into like pixely smithereens.
Nice.
Beautiful.
version.
Okay. End of his turn. He has.
Oh my god, you killed Kenny. I mean, look, Lucas.
Anything else on your turn?
No.
You have a bonus action left because it's part of the action of summoning it on your first turn.
Ooh. Bonus actions.
So knocked him back further into the screen.
Wasn't the bonus action to command it?
That's on subsequent turns.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, I
Very
don't
cool.
really have anything else to do. I'm fine.
Cody.
I'm just gonna go down lightning again.
Okay. It's a dex save from him, right?
Yes.
Okay. Save. There we go. That is an 18. So what is your
Okay,
DC?
half damage.
It's a dex
16.
save. So with evasion, he takes no damage.
Oh yeah, fuck you! Fuck you!
Fuck you very, very much.
Anything else on your turn?
Yeah! No! Fuck you!
Okay, at the beginning of his turn, he has to make a
yeah.
con save, Mark.
It's a con 16, I think, if memory serves. Yeah, con 16.
Oh, damn. Okay, that's an 11, so he's going to use the first of his legendary resistances to succeed.
Boo.
Isn't he still blind just from existing inside of the sphere?
It's not a
No.
blinding thing. If
No.
you fail the save, you take a bunch of radiant damage, but you gain a level of exhaustion, not blinding.
Ooh.
While I think if you're in it, you glow and you can't benefit from invisibility.
Exactly.
Oh.
Okay.
That was it was the exhaustion and the glowing thing I was hoping for.
So, could you please give me the half damage?
The half damage, 40 odd, 4 to 10.
Is that half damage thing? Actually, thinking about it.
Actually, no, I don't think it is.
So he takes no damage.
A
Because
leveled spell without
Yeah,
half
it's,
damage?
it's because the penalty is so bad. If you trap someone in this, and you manage to keep them there, they just fucking die.
Yeah.
Because they get 6 levels of exhaustion, or however many it is. It doesn't matter how much health they have. The penalty for that is you just die. So it's like a crazy spell, but you've got to have a setup for it. But like, if you guys keep like pushing him in, that kind of thing.
Yeah. So
I mean, he's going to have a hard time walking out right now.
So that is at the beginning of his turn. Okay. So he is going to. So he can't do invisibility. Okay, we're gonna try a. He's gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Remember, the two that he walked through there is difficult terrain, so he can't move quite as far.
Oh, that's true. So that means that he probably gets to about there instead. Which actually might make a difference.
Hell yeah.
That does change things. Oh, you you have done a significant.
I have the high ground.
Okay. This would be really good. Okay, in that case.
Oh no.
I'm gonna go. I've got to try and do my Austin Powers voice now.
What? Oh,
he's
no.
gonna say,
Who?
come on, baby, keep it nice, yeah? Do I make you randy, baby? And so he's going to take out from a pocket a bottle of lube and squirt it at you, Greg. Casting grease on the floor. Please, could you make me a dex save?
Sure. First of all, gross. Second, that's dexterity-based attacks that I have. Okay, got it. Dex save is a 17.
17 is the pass, so you do not fall prone, but for 10 feet around you is difficult terrain for you.
Uh-huh.
So Just remember that because I've got so many icons on my screen.
I'll remember.
And so that's movement. That's it for his turn. That's all I can do because of the being stopped. Alex.
Wow. It would really suck to just not be able to do anything on your turns. Wait, I get a turn. Nice. I have 1 health, so the only logical thing is to polymorph. So I will, but this time I'm gonna go full emo with my grumpiness and just be like, it's still gonna be a Baliega, except just like, you know, all black this time with like extra black eyeliner.
Eyeliner on a lizard.
Yeah. Why not?
Sure.
So just grow up.
Alex, stop.
Yeah.
Or Joe, stop. I see that
Hey,
face.
it's-
I'm weighing
Yeah,
up different
Alex, stop.
options,
Alex,
but-
stop.
Okay, you are
Just
casting polymorph.
Just do what you want to do. Just do it. You might as well.
No. I've made my decision. So you're casting polymorph. Which way are you expanding? I don't know if you want to be in a certain direction or not.
This doesn't make much difference. Like straight up.
Remember, there's grease 10 feet around me, so maybe not in that direction.
That's true. Yeah. So
Okay,
your best
then-
bet is probably that.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. That'll work.
You are still currently prone.
I'll get up. That's only half my movement. That doesn't make much difference. Actually, that's an interesting question. If I got up and then transformed, how much speed would that leave me with? Because my speed is 30, but the T-Rex speed is 50. So would that only take 50?
It would leave you with the T-Rex's speed minus what you've already used.
Yeah, so 35. So I'll do it that way around. I get up and then I polymorph, because then I get more. So it gives me 35. And I'm assuming I can move through the space of the...
You can move through it, but you can't stop in it. Yeah.
So I'll go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Oh.
And that's pretty much all I can do.
Okay.
Push him back. Push him back.
The walls are
Well,
looking
that's the
something
plan.
in or over here.
Yeah. I should tell you what, because I have an extra 5, let's go with that.
Can't you attack from that range?
Use an action.
I don't have an action
Oh.
because the action was to polymorph.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I would be able to, yes.
Do your turn?
That is the end of my turn, yes.
Okay, Greg.
Okay. So here's the thing. I can get out of here without having to make a dex save. But then I won't be able to do the cool thing that I wanted to do. So, do I try the cool thing and fail terribly? Or...
See, I nearly got Gus as well.
I'll do the smart thing. I'll do the smart thing. So I will use my bonus action to tell Ellie to get me out of here, and she can fly if you want to look at it that way, or she's immune to the condition of prone, so she can just walk across the grease. So
Yeah.
she'll go 5, 10, 15, and then teleport me.
Since you're leaving, I will just put in a little. That's roughly the area.
Bear with me.
Bugger.
The walls are closing in.
They really are.
Okay, and just for the
Options
sake of
are
it,
running
'cause
low.
I really wanted to do it, but I'm not going to. I was gonna use my flame blade and have it look like a lightsaber. And go but it's a bonus action. Instead, I will. That's a damn deck save. Why are all these deck saves? Don't
Saves are pretty common, man.
all of these are deck saves. Except that one. But none of us are. Yeah. Okay. I will cast Wither and Bloom at 5th level. And that is a con
Okay.
save.
That sounds
Just
interesting.
in a square that persists, or just the one 10 there?
No, just a 1-turn, 10-foot radius wherever I select. So it'll include Obi, me, Alex, and Ellie. But we can choose to heal rather than take damage.
Okay. That is a 16. Does that pass?
That is the save. So it's 5d6 halved.
Have those dice.
Me too. Ooh, baby. So 4, 3, 1 is 8 plus 11. 19. 19 halved to 9. 9 damage. Necrotic damage.
Nice.
That's my turn.
Did you say that healing happens for you guys at some point?
That's only if it hits.
Fails.
Wait, no, spend. In addition, one creature of your choice in that area can spend and roll one of its unspent hit die and regain a number of hit points. So it doesn't actually have to succeed, that just happens. But we're all full health right now, so don't worry about it.
Okay.
I ironically am not, but I also am because
Yeah.
T-Rex health.
Right. So, Obi is going to combat roll, i.e. Misty Step, after kind of waving his hands about. Woo! And he's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Port 8 feet. So he's now over here. Did I want to put him right next to the Big B's hand?
You did.
Probably not.
You did.
But I know that, and he would know Bigby's hand can move around because he's seen it punching. So
Don't matter.
I don't
anyway.
think it's taken anywhere there. So that's bonus action, and he's used his action. Cast. Oh yeah. So you guys will probably recognize it. You've seen him cast Mage Hand. You just don't know where it is because it's invisible. So that is his turn. Fuck. No.
So
what am I doing? Sorry,
That wasn't his
just done
turn.
that, and it's not even his turn. My
Yeah.
apologies. I don't know why I think I've just panicked and been like, it's
Gotta get him out.
Mark, it is your turn. Ignore everything that just happened.
Quick, incapacitate him.
Throw him back into
I-
the sickening radiance.
If I could, I mean, I was thinking I could cast fly and pick him up. I'm not strong enough.
No.
His hand might be.
If you have
I don't have- I
levitate,
don't
you
have-
could make him levitate and then push him.
I don't have anything. I don't have Bigby's hand. I don't have anything which will push him backwards. All I can really do is.
It's okay. We have a T-Rex ball rag.
I'm going to do a rather thin
Volley
psychic
egg.
lance. I'm going to do a psychic lance on him. A shimmering lance of psychic power from my forehead.
Wait, no, that's intelligence save, right?
That is intelligence 16.
Okay, that's fine. He's good at intelligence save. Oh, come on!
Is this what?
Shouldn't have said it.
The sweet
my-
chorus.
I did the spell with intelligence 17, and it dealt 9 damage.
Yeah.
Just putting
Well,
that out there.
So a nat 1 plus stuff. So that's going to be his next legendary resistance gone. Because otherwise that's game over.
I feel like-
Incapacitated, yeah.
I feel like if
It
they
can
get
be
a
game
nat,
over because it's like near the end of the episode anyway.
Trust
like
me,
it's-
I don't think you guys are going to struggle very much to get the rest of his health down.
That's a shame.
I get to do any damage before it
Well,
dies.
you just saved against mine, so you may get a chance. That's it. I can't do anything else.
So it's half damage.
Half damage. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah. Sorry, yeah.
I feel like if
That's not a bad roll. That's 23 is the total, so 11. Was it 12?
11.
11.
Right, Simon.
This reminds me of
you're
a
muted,
theme tune to something.
X-Files.
Got muted, Simon.
Yes.
Simon, you're muted.
Simon. Simon, you're muted. Simon.
There we go. Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
I'm going to do Bigby's. Well, my bonus action, Bigby's hand.
How far
I'm
can
gonna-
you move?
can move a distance
What's this?
60 feet.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
60 feet. Oh, you can just put it wherever then, over here then.
Yeah.
Definitely not.
Grab him.
Yeah. Well, I'm
Push!
literally gonna grab him. I'm gonna use grasping hand.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh wait, I can't move. Oh, I'm on the.
Oh, sorry, I can. Wait, but where do you want him?
He can
Well,
misty
on-
step though.
On OB.
Maybe. Okay. Then what do you do for the grasping hand? Or what do I need to do?
Grasping hand. Fuck it, it's too long. I'm just gonna hit him. Clenched fist.
There's so many words here, I don't care.
He can misty step anyway. We just would have.
Kill him.
He just would have poofed out of the hand.
I'm trying. God.
Like, as much as I'll be saying that I haven't done any damage, just kill him.
14. Does a 14 hit? Probably doesn't, does it?
A 14 does not hit.
Okay, in which case I'm gonna use my luck.
Oh yeah, okay.
Let's try that again. That's much better. That's 28.
Oh yes, that definitely is.
That'll do.
Kill him.
15 damage.
Kill him.
I'm just gonna move you so I can access his thing. How
Do
much damage?
15?
15? Okay.
Does that kill him?
Does not.
Got it!
Can
That's
it?
good because that's just my bonus action, so it's fine.
He is at about half health though.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
In which case, and
You guys
then,
did a lot of damage to Luke before
Yeah.
him.
do a spell of some sort. What do you say?
I said I want to champ him.
Oh. In which case, I'll just do firebolt.
No. Do like as much
No.
damage as you can.
Oh, you wanted to chomp him? I don't
No,
want to.
like I want to, but like do as much damage as
Alex's
you can.
desire is secondary to this.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh.
You can kill him.
Okay. Well, actually, the thing is that most of them are saving throws, and most of them are dex saving throws. I'm going to try and roll with him Psychic Lance again,
Okay.
Yes, intelligence.
and I'll use my last 5th level for that as well.
Fifth level. Oh, I think it's
I'm
Intelligence
so sorry,
17.
Simon. That's a nat 20.
This is why.
It wouldn't matter because he keeps using.
Simon, listen, we're on the same
mysteries to
level
save
here.
anyway.
We're on the same
We are not
level.
at the same level.
What? No.
That
This
is like
happens
I
to
did
me
nothing and then
in-
died. What do you mean
This
we're not on the
happens, in
same
this
level?
happens in the normal sessions for me as well, though.
But by
This isn't normal. This isn't the only time I get to be a PC. Listen, I'm sympathizing with you. Come on.
What's the half
I like
damage, Simon?
cheese.
Let us continue.
Oh, I like cheese. I want some cheese.
What's the half damage, Simon?
What is the half damage? That's a good question. Half damage is 13.
Okay.
So that's actually
Uh,
substantially less than if I had just hit him with fireball.
Right. Paddy, your turn.
I'm just gonna do lightning.
We will be
that
blasted.
You will also hit. You can angle it so that you.
I can
only
angle
hit
it so
the
I
big
don't
bee's
hit
hand.
them.
It
Yeah.
would also hit the big bee's hand, but I
He's
don't.
got
Yeah,
like
I know.
5 million health. It's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't matter about
Uh,
the big beast hand.
So dex save, right?
Yep.
The big beast hand has an AC of 20, by the
He
way.
saves evasion, takes no damage.
It's an AC of 20.
You can't even see my
It's got an
hand.
AC
I'm
of
not
20
pissed
and
off.
it's got an AC of 20 and my maximum HP, which is 72, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Anything for your movement or bonus action?
No.
Okay, his turn. So he is now going to. Just need to move the hand out of the way. Go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
That was a messy step, right?
Fourth
Not
level
just a walk
spells.
away.
Down to third level spells.
And then he is going to.
Wait, how much damage did you do to the big bee hand?
Oh,
Uh,
actually.
Yeah.
Hmm?
He is going to. Oh, I totally should have
24.
some more damaging spells. Okay, he's just going to roll. Oh no, sorry, he's going to wave his hands and you see him cast Mage Hand, but you don't know where the Mage Hand is.
Did you say
Just
you had to do more damage? You did like 86 whatever, 89 damage to me.
Just to be clear,
yes,
that was a Misty
lucky-
Step, right?
That was a Misty Step, yes.
Okay.
I've not been rolling any sorcery.
Oh no, you haven't. Do you want to roll me one?
Well, that was 12.
Roll me
so
one
that's
now. Why not?
fine. That was a 12 wicked.
Perils of Wild Magic is just forgetting.
I know, I used to forget all the time.
Yeah.
I never did.
Okay,
Yeah.
Alex,
You did?
It is my turn.
it's your turn.
I mean, like 5, 10, 15, 20, 20. It's fine. Actually, no, I'm going to say 10 away because
Thank you.
I can. And then I'm going to bite.
Right?
Hey. Don't miss.
It's a 24 to hit.
Yes.
24
Yeah.
does.
Shield! No.
It was an illusion the whole time. What?
Okay. So the damage is gonna be. Give me some good rolls. 37 plus 7. 44 damage!
It's a serious.
Uncanny dodge to half that.
Holy shit.
Oh,
No!
But he's also grappled.
please just
super,
end
super
it.
grappled.
And then I'm going to do the tail attack because. Oh, wait, no, I can't do them on both on the same target, which really sucks, but that's fine.
Yeah, how would you hit
weird
it with
thing.
what's in your mouth?
Does him like it's a weird thing that he is both grappled and still like 5 foot away from you. Like
I guess that's a good point, actually.
You reach out and you grab him, I suppose.
Yeah, I guess I am like leant down and grabbing.
Yeah, strange, isn't it?
Um,
Anything else?
Anything else?
Right.
Yes.
oh, I can't do my I can't do the tail attack. It's not allowed on the same target, so.
Right.
Yes. It's my ruler.
But he's grappled, so I
5.
think you get advantage.
10, 15,
No, that's
20.
strange.
So, I have a question for you, Joe.
Okay.
Guardian of Nature says, for the Great Tree Transformation, says you make dexterity and wisdom-based attack rolls with advantage.
I would include a spell attack roll because wisdom is your thing.
Wonderful.
Skinny and scorching rays.
Please kill it. Oh my god.
5th level Scorching Ray.
Yeah, I feel so. Yeah.
So that'll be 6 attack rolls with advantage.
And you can add a D8 to one of those, I think.
Yes, I can, to the damage.
So are you now the tank? The tank that first appears?
Yeah,
on
as
the
I
page?
walk over, like the tree form that I have, like the bark is like slightly cindering, and the leaves have like a cinder going off as well. Like Simon would know from the tree burning in Elden Ring, that kind of aesthetic. I walk over and just like pull out from like nowhere a giant flaming minigun and just.
Oh, I was imagining more like this.
No, I don't get in the tank. Oh, that's. Yeah.
Yes, I love that.
Okay.
You know what? That is a great tree.
The first one is 23 to hit.
Yeah, his AC is 17, so you might as well roll all
Cool,
of these.
cool. That's a 19 plus 8, not quite a crit. One of those was a nat 1, but the other one was a 13 plus 8. That'll hit.
I'm loving this image of just this Ben
17.
Balieg from Star Wars chomping down on Austin Powers whilst a tree with a minigun is just barraging with fire.
Like, don't harsh my mojo, baby. Yeah.
And the last one barely hits, but it is
I
a 17.
hate that, like,
Okay. Okay, so
So how
that's
much
so
damage
mean.
is he taking?
yeah, so the first one I'll
I
add.
can't even absorb elements because I've already
You
used
should
my
just
reaction.
calculate that using.
Yeah, all the
Google.
reaction stuff has been used. So there's nothing.
You
I'll
should
add a
just
D8 to the
calculate
first one.
Can you just calculate it using Google? Just
No.
to add the one.
Absolutely not. 9 plus 3, 12 plus 5, 17 plus 10, 27 plus 11, 38, and then one more, I believe. 7 for 45 damage.
5 damage. How would you like to kill Obi?
Yes.
Just, I imagine he has a really dumb, stupid-looking grin on. Just each one, just
Oh yeah, teeth fully out, open mouth, like grin on all the time. Yeah, baby, yeah.
okay. I'll aim for
Can
the
you-
teeth
The
first.
thing is, I'm like chopped down, so can you see that like between the gap in my
Oh,
mouth?
the teeth are out that much, yeah.
Just like aim for his teeth first, blast those out, then the eyes, then the nose, just then the whole face, just gone.
Cool.
Calculated shots.
How does that taste, Alex?
Gooey.
Groovy. I'm pretty sure I probably get some kind of like drugs in my system from consuming the
yeah.
blood.
It's
We
like
did it?
consuming a magic mushroom.
You did it.
It's just like I
No,
just
why
shrink
would
back
you?
down. I just shrink back down to me, and I'm just like. That was gross.
So, where's Joe?
And how do we get back?
We should have asked that before.
Ah, shit.
Anybody got any like
Shall we just go home?
Yeah.
questions?
I don't have divination anymore.
Oh, hang on. I've got. I think I didn't get rid of it. Let me double check when my computer works or my phone. I've got scrying.
That's not going to tell us how to get to him, though. We
Can
could
I go
see
It
it.
has where he is.
Environment though.
Can I go
Yeah.
investigate the chair?
Sure.
Whilst you
Are
do that, I'll.
casting-
Obviously,
Yeah.
The cloud will have gone by now. Whatever it was. The purple.
I got a 10 to investigate the chair. I'm not assuming much.
Just kind of
I
have
will-
a look around it. Don't read too much.
I'm going to also investigate the chair. I'm going to investigate the chair and the area around it as well because there's got to be
I've got
Yeah,
some steps up to it, and you know.
14.
I'm also gonna mass cure wounds.
So Purdy, you're scrying.
Yeah.
So you kind of oh no, it was you look at your phone or something. I can't remember how it was that your scry looked.
Crystal ball.
Everyone gets
Oh, yeah,
16 health.
So you get your crystal
I
ball
wasn't
out,
16.
down any.
Thank you.
and it kind of swirls,
I am.
and it turns entirely black. And for a moment, you think, "Oh my god, it hasn't worked." But when it doesn't work, you get like that kind of old TV static. No, what you're seeing is whatever room he's in is entirely black and unlit, no light at all.
It's the throne. It's
Oh,
also
goodness.
a completely black square.
You said that you got a 14.
14, yeah.
Purdy
Okay.
and Simon, you both got 16 health.
You
you.
go up and you take a look at the throne, and you realise that once you're sat on the throne, you can see the kind of on there, made of the same material, so very hard to spot. There are 2 buttons, one on each side of the armrests.
I'm not pressing any buttons. Wait. Purdy, do you have that detect traps thing?
Mm-hmm. I think so.
I wonder whether one of them might be a trap.
I've got the buttons different colours or.
They're made of the same
Uh,
sort of black basalt stone.
Okay, so I cast Find Traps again.
Okay, so that is if the creator intended it as a trap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something that would do us harm.
It would. There is nothing there that would do you harm. No.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It's going to do.
Trap.
It's going to do Joe harm if we press the wrong one.
So
Wait,
what
hang
I'm
on.
hearing is that no matter what button we press,
It's fitty, right?
the
Got anything I can?
It would
do?
inflict a sudden or unexpected effect you consider harmful or undesirable.
Oh,
Doesn't
undesirable.
say.
If it
Undesirable.
doesn't say to you, then yes, one of them absolutely does that.
Which one?
The left one does that.
Oh,
Let's
press
press
the
the
right
right one.
I press the left one, so you haven't. Okay, I'll press the right one.
Okay. A hatch opens up in the back of the throne, revealing, hooked up to a machine, your best friend, idol, fashion icon, all around good guy, Joe.
This seems like a really
I didn't
weird
realise my
place
friend was here.
to put a power source. But all right.
Are you
Thank
conscious?
God we found you. We
He's
couldn't
totally
find the snack.
unconscious.
We couldn't find the snacks. Oh, he's unconscious. Damn.
All right.
Just gonna, like,
In my burning tree form, I'll go grab him.
I was gonna say I'll grab
In
a
your
leg.
burning
Yeah,
tree
sure.
form.
Yeah.
As you bring him out from the
You're not
machine,
gonna burn
the
him?
room and the whirlwind fades to white around you, and you find yourself back in the library of the author. And
now what?
Will Ferrell's like, good job.
Can
And
I?
then it fades again, and you find yourself back in my kitchen. All the snacks have been eaten
Idolatry.
while we were gone.
Oh, what?
I'm fucking done. I am going home. I am never coming to your house again. Fuck housewarming party. Fuck D&D. I'm gone.
Wait,
Wait,
guys.
First yells at an
What?
unconscious body, and there we end.
So who was the
But
editor?
where's the editor?
The editor you never found, or did you? Were they someone that you met? Changed?
Could be.
It was James
Don't
Bond.
know.
Pond.
They're
James.
lingering out there somewhere. I will
Okay.
say, I have snuck something in there that will be making an appearance in C3.
Ooh. Yeah.
Interesting.
Now, I'm curious.
A Dalek.
It's only a small thing.
Do you
But it's something for
Swear
my
to God, if your character is Austin Powers, I'm quitting.
Yeah, you know what?
Yeah.
I'm warning you now.
Oh,
Yeah,
Wait.
no, I will.
Are you bringing in the forced awful rolls for Alex? Because I would really appreciate that.
Oh, as much as the
It's
ending is slightly
a very
rough.
small, non-consequential thing that will probably come up in the first episode, so don't even worry about
Wonderful.
it.
As much as the end is slightly rushed, that was great. That was good.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
That was
Thank you very much for
fun
running
podcast.
I loved it.
What that does mean is that next week is the beginning of C3.
Week only before a break.
Sure.
And then the week after, we're not doing a C3, and then the week after, we're doing it again.
Yeah, but at least start C3 next week.
So I'll have 1 week of C3. So make sure all of you have all of the stuff that you're meant to have done.
Simon.
Yeah, we'll see.
Simon.
Oh.
How about
Oh,
now?
I thought that was targeted at Greg for the art.
No, that was very pointedly at me.
Simon, have you done the
Wait,
things
what
you're
have you got to
supposed
do, Greg?
No.
Layout?
There you go.
Shit.
Oh.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm fucking
If you need
exhausted.
my
I'm
help,
gonna go.
I am available whenever.
Well, before you let's end up the stream.
Yeah. Goodbye.
The only
Awkward
thing
waves.
left is some awkward waves.
Au revoir.
Thank you for joining.
Oh, shut up.
Bye.
It has been
We saved
fun.
Joe. We apologize
Yeah,
for
it's
saving
safe,
Joe.
it's fair.
Thanks, Joe. That
Thank
was
you.
great.